Nature's beauty very nice. Oh, I love that paradise. Nature's beauty very nice. How pretty the greenery, flamboyant and green, all flowers red, and sunlight shine, and all her sheep and wolves, and meadows all and roads, like donkey sheep and cattle red. Oh, sweet St. Martin's Line, so bright and beach and shine, with sailors out at sea and harbors green, where the chills of mountains ring, where the sea and sunlight sheen. Oh, I love that paradise. Nature's beauty very nice. Oh, I love that paradise. Nature's beauty very nice. St. Martin Island, in which Columbus reigned, and memories of covered gold. The moon on the radiant lights, the sun on the lights. May God the Lord protect us all. Oh, sweet St. Martin's Line, so bright and nature's shrine, with sailors on the sea and harbors green, where the chains of mountains ring, where the sea and sunlight sheen. Oh, I love that paradise. Nature's beauty very nice. Oh, I love that paradise. Nature's beauty very nice.
From the capital of Dutch St. Martin, coming to you live on St. Martin Cable TV, Channel 15, this is St. Martin in Retrospect with your host, Elton Richardson and Gina Bruni.
Hello and good morning, and a happy St. Martin's Day, and welcome to our live coverage here this morning on St. Martin in Retrospect. I'm your host, Elton Richardson. I'll be here with you until 2 o'clock this afternoon, bringing you highlights of our St. Martin's Day activities from right here at Festival Village, the 53rd anniversary celebration of the St. Martin's Day. And today, well, this year, the theme we're celebrating under is One Island, One People, One Destiny. This morning we'll be bringing you live coverage from the Methodist Church, who today is also celebrating a milestone in our community, 160 years. The community members of the Dutch and French government, invited guests at this particular moment, are right now taking part in the ecumenical service, which is taking place at the Phillipsburg Methodist Church. And over there, the Council will be welcoming the delegation from both Dutch and French St. Martin over at the Methodist Church. And you just heard the St. Martin Day song, or the St. Martin Anthem, which was sung there by the Orania School. The Orania School also celebrating their 160th anniversary as one of the first schools, our oldest functioning school here on the island of St. Martin. Well, I can see from the program this morning that has been organized by the Ministry of Culture that we do have an elaborate program all lined up for the activities. And this morning it started off at about 5:50, and this morning, if you were up, of course, with the joy bells of the various church bells ringing in the St. Martin's Day celebration. And we also have live coverage also coming into you this morning from one of the many sporting activities that has been planned throughout the day here for St. Martin. That's the Around the Island relay race. Momentarily, we'll be joining the ecumenical service over at the Phillipsburg Methodist Church. Later on, that will be highlighted by the border and wreath ceremony, and that will be taking place at the Union Road in Coal Bay. So on behalf of all of us here on the program, St. Martin in Retrospect, we do invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the program as we bring you highlights of today's activities, the 53rd anniversary of the St. Martin's Day celebration. More right after these messages from some of the people who made our program possible this morning.
You're watching St. Martin in Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Booney.
Welcome back to our program this morning. We live here at Festival Village, where all the activities will be taking place this morning of the St. Martin's Day celebration. This year we're celebrating under the theme, One Island, One People, One Destiny. Of course, an excerpt taken from a popular song here on the island of St. Martin, made popular back in the years of 1980s by one of our local heroes, Lino and the Hardway. We should say local band. And this morning also, that's the theme of the church celebration that will be taking place, as a matter of fact, taking place right now over at the Methodist Church. One Island, One People, One Destiny. And of course, this morning's worship service was called by Pastor Esmond Phillip, and of the opening hymns, Immortal and Invisible, appropriate for in times of today, and especially for St. Martin. And like we said, this is the St. Martin Christian Council Association is hosting every year the St. Martin's Day celebration. Every year is a different church that hosts the ecumenical service, and Pastor Wycliffe Smith of the Baptist Church, Father Samson Dorville of French Quarter Catholic Church, and Pastor Roston Filbert of the Adventist Church will be doing the welcoming address at the Methodist Church. We'll be bringing you highlights of that and more later on this morning as our coverage here continues. In the meantime, we will continue, since we in celebrating with this ecumenical service. We go over now to continue with our worship service this morning, so we can at least bring you some what's going on over at the Methodist Church from one of our artists who performs for us here on St. Martin in Retrospect. And of course, she's popularly known as Miss Lisa Hart. Now let's join Miss Lisa Hart here as she renders us a nice, beautiful rendition here on St. Martin in Retrospect. And welcome back. And of course, we enjoyed that beautiful rendition, that song there by Helen Hart. We just like to make that correction there. Helen Hart, one of our local artists there, performing for us here on St. Martin in Retrospect. Right about now, we would like to join the Governor of St. Martin, His Excellency Dr. Eugene Holliday, who prepared a St. Martin Day speech for us to be broadcast here this morning. And of course, we would like for you to listen carefully so you could pick up some of the information that would be delivered in this keynote address here this morning. And while the island is celebrating under One Island, One People, One Destiny, we saw that His Excellency, the Governor, Dr. Eugene Holliday, decided, well, he will pick out the song St. Martin. You are the #1 island, to give his St. Martin's Day address to the nation. His Excellency Dr. Eugene Holliday here on our program this morning. So as soon as we perhaps get that tape all queued up, we will be playing it. And we do have it queued up, so let's go to that address now by His Excellency Dr. Eugene Holliday. Anderson.
Fellow St. Martiners, happy St. Martin's Day to all of you. It is my hope that you are enjoying this national holiday with family and friends, savoring our sweet St. Martin land. Today, November 11th, we join together to celebrate St. Martin's Day, our national day. A celebration where we embrace our traditions and culture and project our potential as a people. Our November 11th holiday is a calendar date comprised of a combination of a single number, the number 1111. Let us therefore rally around the embedded message of the calendar date of our national day. A message of oneness re-emphasized on this St. Martin Day with its unique numerical alignment, the 11th day of the 11th month of the 11th year of this century. As a result, I will take this opportunity to continue my conversation with you, this time on the topic, the oneness rooted in our St. Martin Day. That oneness calls for all of us to embrace and celebrate the traditions unique to St. Martin. After all, St. Martin's Day is uniquely reserved for that purpose. I therefore call on you to join in the festivities organized around the island, to join in the celebration of our traditional dances, songs, and games, to join in the commemoration of the oneness of the people of the entire island, to join in paying tribute to our St. Martin song, to join in saluting our St. Martin flag. In short, to join in the complete observance of our national day. For, as a people, we can only forge forward successfully through knowledge of and building on our heritage. That oneness, in addition, called for us today, as our forefathers have in years gone by, to continue to live in harmony through mutual respect for one another. It is through this characteristic of harmony that we as a people have grown from strength to strength. It is through our harmonious nature that we can face and overcome the many challenges facing us today. A harmony which transcends across the border of our shared island, a harmony uniquely St. Martin as depicted in our St. Martin song. Today we can look back at the strength of our oneness, the power of our unity as represented in our unyielding spirit displayed throughout our history when faced with seemingly insurmountable challenges. As a St. Martin people, we can look back at the extraordinary challenges we faced from the destructive forces of hurricanes and the disruptive impact of man-made crises, and at how we overcame by coming together as a unified people. Today, on this St. Martin Day, 1 year, 1 month, and 1 day since obtaining the status of country within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, we can celebrate the victory of our indomitable spirit of unity. And as we celebrate, let us stay true to who we are and continue to drink from the spring of our unity. Let us do so to garner the strength and inspiration necessary to overcome the challenges associated with building our country. My fellow St. Martiners, the number 1 in the date of our St. Martin Day moreover stands for our common future, a future consistent with the words of the Calypso song, St. Martin, the number 1 island, a position and future which is only possible by our continued reaching out to claim it. Let us do so cognizant of the fact that we live in a global community, and even more so on a shared island, one island, our island. Let us therefore transform our harmonious brotherly existence on our one island in real, concrete, and tangible cooperation, a transformation which is imperative to realize, secure, and sustain our island's maximum potential as the number 1 island. My fellow St. Martiners, in doing so, let each of us individually and collectively reinvigorate our commitment to excellence to build a better, stronger, more just, and perfect St. Martin. Let each of us unite around the objective of St. Martin, the number 1 island for our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. It is with this bright prospect that I hereby, on behalf of my wife Marie-Louise and I, wish the people of St. Martin, Saint-Martin, a happy and safe St. Martin Day. May God bless you. Thank you.
His Excellency, the Governor, Dr. Eugene Holliday, addressing the nation here of St. Martin this morning. His speech there on St. Martin, you are the number 1 island. And of course, as he been mentioning, we have a long way to go, and it will call for a lot of hard work and dedication and the involvement of everyone involved to make St. Martin and keep St. Martin as the number 1 destination here on the island of St. Martin. And of course, we can expect more speeches later on this morning in the program as we continue to bring you live coverage of this morning's St. Martin's Day celebration here from Festival Village, where the core of the celebration will be taking place this morning. For the past couple of days leading up to today, November 11th, there's been numerous activities being organized to commemorate the St. Martin's Day celebration, and some of those activities was also held yesterday with the launching of a number of artists' CDs on the island. We'll be speaking to 2 of them here later on this morning in our program. And also, last night we had our Kaiso Rama, which I believe also took place here last night, marked just a little bit by the power outages that we've been experiencing for the past couple of days. But nevertheless, the people has been finding it, finding ways and means to keep the celebrations going. In the meantime, between time, we are like to introduce now Miss Gina Bruni, who is joining us here this morning. Welcome, Gina. I'd like to say a happy St. Martin's Day to you.
Happy St. Martin's Day, and loving the tie.
And loving the new look, of course, introducing here this morning. And let me just say a happy St. Martin's Day to you too as well. And well, as you know, we didn't start with both of us on the air this morning. And Bruni, you're late.
Well, I believe that was a miscommunication.
Okay, but we're glad to have you because you always, bring some upliftment in addition to the program. And then we always have somebody that we can also talk to. For any celebrations you've been attending for the St. Martin's Day, on the eve of St. Martin's Day celebration, or just busy, busy, busy?
I haven't been sociable at all.
Okay.
But I intend to enjoy the day and the night.
Okay, and we do have quite an exciting, quite a array of program here, all lined up for the folks here at Festival Village. And Festival Village, if I look at the program, will be marred with all kinds of activities. This morning we will be having a uniform troops parade, which will be departing from the Long Wall Road. We hope to bring you some scenes from that. We have also at 9:55 later this morning, some of the djembe drummers will be doing a rendition here at St. Martin Festival Village. The dignitaries will be welcomed, invited guests, and the general public will be entertained. And we'll have the official speeches and by the various dignitaries, French side, Dutch side. We also have people coming from abroad also to take part in the opening celebration. And we do invite you to come out and be a part of the St. Martin's Day celebration over here at St. Martin Festival, one of the top festival village here on the island or in the Caribbean. And later on this evening, we like to remind you that November 11th, Children's Day, because the way how the numbers have fallen, you heard the governor also mention 11/11, and the organizers for this event. I think what was so special that we have to mention that exactly 11 minutes after 11 o'clock, the whole festival village will be turned into some kind of confetti kind of thing where they would, because of the 11/11/11/11, and they would have like confetti thrown up in the air. They would turn it into a colorful array of an extravagant festival village where people can celebrate on that 11/11/11 at 11 minutes after 11. So we're looking forward to seeing that. And that will be taking place today, this morning. Tonight we'll have the fireworks display, and
I was saying confetti sounds like something children will enjoy.
okay, so that's why I believe they want to
that
do
will
it in the
happen
morning.
Before lunch, before the toast.
This will happen just around the toast time. The toast, the confetti, the celebrations, and such like that. Yeah. So we're looking forward to that taking place here this morning, and we've understood that we have now some information or some scenes coming in from the Phillipsburg Methodist Church, where the dignitaries are taking part in an ecumenical service. And let's now go to to that tape and play it for you. Here we see the members of the Phillipsburg Brass Band entertaining the crowd. significant in the life of the Methodist Church and the entire community of St. Martin. Such a celebration provides us an excellent opportunity to, they say, revisit the past and seek to understand the importance of the culture and society of the day. Phillipsburg Chapel is not simply another place to worship, but it stands as an exceptional national monument that has become the admiration of locals and visitors alike. As you see there now, the many dignitaries from the islands, government of St. Martin, at the church this morning. And welcome back to our live broadcast here this morning as we bring you highlights of our St. Martin's Day activities. Here we just saw the ecumenical service over at the Methodist Church, attended by dignitaries from both French and Dutch side of St. Martin. Gina, I think the ecumenical service plays a very important role in the celebration of the St. Martin's Day activities. It's a moment when we have the churches of the various different denominations come together to worship under one roof.
I think it's more important than that. I think what it shows is that we are a country that understands the importance of having God first in our lives, and we do that by starting to give thanks and celebrate by honoring Him first. So that, I think, is great to know that we still have that freedom, and that no matter how many nationalities reside here with us, no matter their denomination or their religion, that they live in harmony with us.
And I wanted to say, like, how significant it is, and how significant, it was to celebrate at the Methodist Church, seeing that it's, celebrating its 160th anniversary celebration this month. It couldn't have come at a better time to have the ecumenical service of the St. Martin's Day celebration taking place at the Methodist Church.
That is correct.
We're here live as we continue to bring you live coverage of our St. Martin Day activities. This morning we'll be having our cameras going out in various sections of our community because we understood all the people of St. Martin are ready to celebrate St. Martin's Day. And as we get those scenes, we'll be bringing them to you here on St. Martin Cable TV, one of our main sponsors of our live broadcast here this morning on Channel 15. You're watching us. You can also follow us on the World Wide Web at www.sxmsunshine.com, or also you can join my website at www.stmartininretrospect and follow our live broadcast here this morning as we bring it to you live on St. Martin Cable TV from Festival Village here at Pawn Island in Phillipsburg. In the meantime, between time, we'll go for a word from our sponsors and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
St. Martin In Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Bruni.
Be a part of the BBW family.
BBW.
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 It's all about BBW. You see, once you're talking about construction, it has to be BBW. Look around and you would see we have delivered materials to many structures.
BBW.
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 BBW. BBW. Give us a call, 223-22-223-59 or fax 21898. And don't forget, they all carries a 54 in front. Hey man, you can use modern technology and email us at info@bbwstmmp.com. Be a part of the BBW family. BBW.
The St. Martin Chamber of Commerce and Industry, established on St. Martin for over 30 years, is poised to lead the development of the St. Martin business community into a successful and prosperous future. As an institution with the general interest of business at the forefront, the Chamber leads in promoting local business, establishing vital connections within the region and the world, and assisting businesses through services such as networking events, workshops, symposiums, and trade expositions. The St. Martin Chamber of Commerce and Industry is here to serve you, the business and general community of St. Martin.
Welcome to Sol, your gas station, here to serve you better. Sol, an international energy company with a local understanding that comes from being headquartered right here in the Caribbean. Join us at any of our stations and be a part of the new energy flowing through St. Martin. Welcome to your station. Welcome to Sol.
Cabana Beach Bar and Restaurant is open 7 days a week for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Sunday's fabulous barbecue is from 12 to 3 with steel pan music. Nightly dinner specials are offered from 6:30 to 10:30. The Cabana Beach Bar is located in the Royal Palm Hotel. Karaoke is every Tuesday evening. For a delicious meal at a beautiful location, call 544-4583.
You need some power to haul your stuff. Well, I got your truck right here. Ford Ranger, 280 foot-pounds of torque, 154 horsepower, 4x4, 4x2, plus an awesome interior and tons of comfort. It's even got a 5-year, 100,000-kilometer warranty. Yeah, that ought to do it. It's not just a truck, it's a Ford Ranger.
Available at Caribbean Auto. Special for November is 1 free iPad 2 with case, plus 2 free services on any new vehicles purchase. Special offer valid until November 16th.
Paradise Tool Equipment Rental Center is your tool rental solution. We provide equipment and tool rental service for your convenience. Convenient daily, weekly, and monthly rental for all your equipment needs. And all of our equipment is maintained by our expert service associates to ensure your equipment is functioning at peak performance. All rentals require a valid driver's license and a major credit card. In some cases, a cash deposit may be used as security. Call and ask for details. Builder's Paradise. Need building supplies? We have them.
For all your accounting services, contact Tuit Accounting Services. Tuit Accounting is a certified public accountant specializing in accounting services, tax consulting, financial statements, interim reports, tax planning and advice, and payroll preparations. Tuit Accounting Services is located on the Corralita Road, number 33. Telephone 542-1665 or 553-0076. Tuit Accounting Firm for all your accounting services. You're watching St. Martin In Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Bruni.
And welcome back to our live broadcast here this morning as we continue to bring you live coverage of the St. Martin's Day celebration. And of course, there's a number of activities going on all over the island of St. Martin. And I like in particular the way how I see the island is all dressed up. I think a lot of people took the effort to go out there, decorate their homes, decorate their businesses in the red, white, and blue. St. Martin flags. We see all around the island the flags on the lampposts. Isn't that, like, for me, like kind of impressive? What you thought about it, Gina?
Well, the French side, normally this time of year, it's French Quarter Fête, and the roads are not decorated at all.
Okay, but the French Quarter Fête will continue this season.
I saw some on the poles yesterday. I saw this One People, One Island, One Destiny. That was beautiful. I saw it in blue, white, and red, I believe. The stores are well decorated. But,
in Phillipsburg, we see that all the lampposts from almost all over the island is decorated. The St. Martin flag is flying. I saw that a number of other businesses took the opportunity to, in the initiative actually, to put up their flags on their businesses. Something I never see, like in the past, maybe not, maybe yes, that, people went out so much to decorate their, their place of business. I think I see this year that a lot of the patriotism for St. Martin come out amongst the people. Maybe that's just my idea.
I think so.
Okay. So this morning we have more coverage here for you this morning, and of course we say our cameras are out there, so we will be picking up all what's going on the island of St. Martin. And this morning we like to show you, St. Martin culture is part of it is food. And this morning over at the Brick Building at the Methodist Church, we had the preachers jazz in the Brick Building for the preachers' tickets were sold in an attempt to raise funds to say for what they call the Preachers' Lord's Day for 2012. So people over there at the Methodist Manse dishing out some local food. The Johnny Cakes is most popular among the people here on the island of St. Martin. You can get it whether baked or fried. And here you see, some delicious food being prepared with Victoria Lambert, who's the president of the Preachers Fellowship, also gave us an idea as to what were taking place over there this morning as our celebration continues of the St. Martin's Day activities.
I would like to say first, happy St. Martin Day to all St. Martiners and visitors on this island of the sweet St. Martin land. And this is a celebration of Preachers Week. We are making efforts to our Preachers Week for 2012. And we wish everyone come and enjoy a nice breakfast, saltfish, Johnny cake, eggs, and green salad and tuners, anything. Just come in, $6 per plate. So you can just come and enjoy with us. As the St. Martin Day is a togetherness. So we are in one.
And how long this will be going on?
Until from 8:30 until 10:30.
So you have it, Miss Victoria Lambert speaking to us there on what's taking place and the reason why they're having that big cookout. St. Martiners, I think, use every occasion for a big cookout. When we talk about food and traditional island cooking, that's what we like. The ingredients are all thrown together in the same pot, and for local ingredients, and we cook in all kinds of different ways because of the different cultural diversity that we have residing here on the island of St. Martin. And you are practically also, just like all of us, a mixture of different backgrounds and different nationalities. So I'm sure that you also have maybe a favorite dish or a favorite food of yours that you actually practically enjoy too, Gina.
Well, I think one of the main reasons that people visit our shores is because of our food. We have different types of food, from European, Oriental, local, and the local people too. It's a way that we get together. As a child growing up, that's what it was called. Let's get together. Joyce will do the rice and peas, the Flans will do the macaroni and cheese, and somebody else will do the potato salad, and somebody else will bring drinks, and it's a party until morning. So, that's traditionally the people that we are. Everybody likes Johnny cakes, whether baked or fried. And now that everyone is health conscious, we're having them even wheat. Saltfish is a must. And with the many different cultures we have here now, there's different things that we want, like the ackee and the saltfish is nice. First, we just had saltfish. With the Jamaicans, we add the ackee. Different cultures. Anguillians eat basically what we eat. So Yeah, that's basically the same. Mommy's French, so they don't really cook much with flour. They're more into soups and stews. But, you know, food is always the best way to entertain and to celebrate.
So if you have a sweet tooth, there is a cure for that as well here on the island of St. Martin. All you have to do is just sample some of the local specialties like the sugar cakes, the potato puddings,
Candy Muller,
both the guava berry tarts and the coconuts and all that whole works.
I hope that Candy is extending her services to the schools, especially like the Sundial School, because they have a very good culinary program there where, you know, she can pass on that culture and knowledge to the children, that, you know, it's something that we can offer in our hotels and our restaurants. I mean, I think when people come off the plane that they should not only hear steel pan playing, but they should get, you know, something traditional from us. And that would be nice. You know, a little bottle of guava berries, some of Candy's sugar cakes.
Speaking of the guava berry, that's one of our local folk liqueur here on the island of St. Martin. First made here like 100 years ago, and in private homes, people just love the guava berry.
As a child growing up, we always had a bottle or two, and, you know, it kept it going. Every year you'd use some, and then you keep it going.
So in case you don't know, guava berry is a wild local berry which is found in the hills of the island, and the fruits are rare and seasonal, making the liquor even more unique, and especially around Christmas time. That's when you know you must have a little bottle of guava berry lying around somewhere in the house, because that's what actually people come around actually looking for. And, well, let's continue with our celebration here this morning, the 53rd anniversary of the St. Martin Day celebration, 1 year after country St. Martin, 10-10-10. So
congratulations, Elton. You're 53. We're celebrating the 53rd year. St. Martin is celebrating its second year as a country. Your granddaughter is celebrating her second birthday, Miss Persia.
That's right. You want to say happy birthday to Persia over there. 2 years.
So this is just your day, Elton.
Well, it's all of us day. It's St. Martin's Day, and I guess, well, Persia will be celebrating with the whole island of St. Martin her birthday today.
Well, my friend has 3 grandsons, Major Brown's daughter. And she was telling me yesterday that their clothes are all ready. The kids are going to be dressed in their St. Martin's Day T-shirts. So I hope that everyone, because this is something that we have to teach our children. Patriotism is not something that you're born with. You know, so it's something that we have to, the children will have to learn by our example. So
definitely,
if you are patriotic and you get up and you put your colors on and you take part in the different festivities, you know, your child will carry that on.
Okay.
So I would like to encourage everyone. I understand that there will be traffic, that the sun will be a little hot, that it will not be as, you know, as comfortable, but the objective is greater than your comfort for today. Get the children out, get the elderly out, let everyone come out and celebrate our day.
All right, and the celebration is taking place right here at Festival Village here on Island St. Martin. And speaking of coming out, we see that a number of people have gone up there. Definitely get the red, white, and blue T-shirt with the St. Martin logo and the St. Martin coat of arms on top of it.
And the designers were very creative, I must say.
I want to give a prize this morning for the most creative T-shirt, because we have some nice prizes here from Telcel, from the Princess Juliana International Airport, who, by the way, is also have some activities going on over there this afternoon with some of the local bands and etc. performing over at the Princess Juliana International Airport, and they will be having a whole day of activities taking place over there. So maybe you, if you're down in that area, you could check out, see what's going on over at the Princess Juliana International Airport. We have a couple of gift items for you if you join us here in our broadcast area at Festival Village. So do come out. You perhaps can win or get yourself a lucky bag of goodies from the Princess Juliana International Airport. We also have from our friends Telcel, Telnet, who has been faithfully sponsoring our program for the past 13 years since we've been airing here on St. Martin Cable TV. But the activities will be right here at Festival Village, so we want for you to come out and take part in this. And we were talking just momentarily, just a few minutes ago, about food. And if you want to sample the different type of foods, most definitely this is the place you're going to have to be at Festival Village, because I guarantee you people will be coming out with their best local dish, you know, for you. People have been stopping me on the road and say, Elton, you have to come and try our saltfish. You're going to have to come and try our, you know, fish in fungi. You're going to have to come and try even our marbe that they will be coming out with. So we're looking forward for all of those displays. So don't cook at home. The village will have plenty of food and drinks for you here available up until 12 o'clock tonight, where the program of the St. Martin Day activities organized by the Ministry of Culture is filled to capacity all the way up to 12 o'clock. And we're going to be right here, you know, attempting to bring it to you live on St. Martin Cable TV here this morning. So stand by for that and more coming up next year as the celebration of the St. Martin Day activities continues. We have a number of sporting events also taking place. Some of those sporting events will include old-time games, which will be over at the...
Emilia Wilson?
No, this will be right here next to us. I want to call it...
The Little League?
Yeah, I want to call it Irvin Richardson Little League Ballpark. But it's the Little League Ballpark. They haven't gotten the name yet. So they're going to be having...
Would Irvin Richardson be Baco?
Baco, the late Baco. So that will be taking place over there at the Little League Ballpark. Old-time games, kite flying, donkey race, map. I don't know what all they have organized. But
donkey race.
All kind of things are going to be happening
that should
over
be
there.
interesting.
So, quite interesting.
Especially if the donkey don't want to move.
Well, I know. If you have a good donkey, I'm sure he will gallop. I'm sure he will gallop. So all that will be taking place and more later on this morning as the St. Martin Day activities continues. But we have a traditional race which every year that takes place and attracts a lot of people. And we're not talking about the bicycle race, which I say was one of the many sporting events that we have organized, but we're actually talking about the relay race, which took place this morning about an hour ago. So we want to tell the folks out there, if you're home watching and you're going to go out and drive, to be careful. Don't be careful for the runners on the road. Here we see now.
And the road is a little wet, as you know, St. Martin. It's always a little wet.
Always a little damp, yes.
Yes, so please be careful on the road. Most of you are off today. You should not be rushing anywhere. Wear your seatbelts, buckle up the children. Let's keep it a safe and joyous day.
And of course, we had a young reporter out on the scene this morning who captured this footage for us, Kristen Sorton. And later on, I'm sure she will be talking to some of the participants of the Around the Island relay race, and this will be going all over St. Martin. Here she is.
Carson Bobel.
Carson Bobel.
And Lisa Brown from Nagico Insurances.
So, Nagico, I heard that this is your first year running?
Yes, this is our first time.
This is the first time running, and we are determined to make sure that we reach that goal, as in gold, G-O-L-D. We at Nagico, we believe, of course, in keeping health and wellness, and that's why we as an insurance company thought it necessary to participate and also take an active role to push what we promote.
Right, and as Carson said, that we are aiming for the first place, so you can even hear it in our name, the Nagico Insurance Sprinters. So look for us there, we'll be there.
So how has your team been preparing for this day?
Well, we've been having some nice evening practices after work. We are not professional. We are all employees of Nagico, except for two special invited guests. We've been training on the evenings, that's three times per week. And I think that has been our basic strategy, nothing more than that. And we are hoping still, with that determination, we will overpower some of those professional teams. But let's see what happens.
Yes, because the main objective right now is to show that we believe in because this is an annual event. And with our medical insurance there, we found it necessary to be part of it to push health. So while we might not come out on top, even though we're hoping for it, it's all about participating, having fun, and showing community spirit.
Yes, that's key, because Nagico will be a community-oriented organization. We believe in supporting the community, also being participant in all activities in building the community. I think that's important, and that's one of our foremost aims and objectives as an insurance company.
And what Carson forgot to mention is that we don't only have Nagico staff, we have managers, a lot of managers running and participating and so on, so executive managers. So it's really, and apart from the runners, we have a lot of people as support and backups. We have our backups there too.
Yes.
And we have gotten a lot of support from the company overall, because it's an all island, so we're on the French side and the Dutch side, so we found it necessary that we show our involvement.
Okay, well that's great. Would you have any words?
Well,
Final words?
As a final word, I just want to say thanks to the organizers for inviting Nagico to come and join as a team. We at Nagico are determined. We want to wish all the team success. And of course, if we do not win, then of course we are still enjoying the participation.
Right, and hope to be a part of it again next year, God's Spare Life.
All right, thanks for the time.
You're welcome.
Much appreciated.
Taking part in the relay race, and I think also around this time too we also have our bicycle race, which is also taking place, and I think it looked like it's going to be a wonderful and beautiful day for the St. Martin's Day activities. The runners making their way around the hill here in Cold Bay now, and of course, if you're leaving the house, we asking you to please be careful driving on the road, because there's going to be a lot of activities like the relay race. You see people coming out for this fun run.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. It doesn't look competitive in nature at all. It looks like it's St. Martin's Day, and we are going to go out and do our thing as runners. It looks like they're having fun, and that's the good spirit.
Well, it's all about the fun. I was told that, hey, it's not a competition. It's let's go out, have fun, use the opportunity to also get some exercise. And young and old take part in this race.
We don't use the word old anymore.
Young and senior.
The mature. The experienced runners.
Well, I was wondering what they would call me at the time. My friends meet me up here now that I meet who the old man is here.
So motorists, there you see the runners and the bicycle riders are on the road. Please be careful.
Most definitely. As you will notice that some of the activities for the St. Martin's Day celebration taking place here this morning. Like we say, here at the village, it would start to come alive at about 10 o'clock this morning, when the vendors will be opening their booths and all the performances from the various local artists will be gathering here to perform for us.
Well, the church service should be over by 9 o'clock.
They have everything timed this year,
and
so
they should, after the wreath laying ceremony, then they should be making their way to the festival village.
So you notice one thing there, Gina, that what they have done also is try to keep everything as early as possible, like the border reach ceremony. They try to keep that as early, 8:30, 9 o'clock.
But there should be 2 wreath-laying ceremonies, because it's also armistice on the French side.
That takes place also on the French side, and that takes place earlier in the morning, like around 7 in the morning over on the French side of St. Martin, Armistice Day. Of course, in recognition of all the fallen soldiers during the World War, in recognition of all they have done and put their lives so that we can live as free people in this
today is Veterans
world.
Day in the
Veterans
USA
Day
as well.
So that will be taking place here this morning. Uniformed troops are presently gathering over at the Long Wall Road, and that would include uniformed troops, police, the fire brigades, the scouts,
the Methodist Church brigaders.
Everyone will be taking part. They will make their way all the way up to Front Street and come in right here.
They are my favorite.
At the at Festival Village. So we're looking forward to all that and more coming up next year as our coverage continues on this November 11th, 11/11/11, St. Martin's Day celebration. In the meantime, between time, let's we have, as the celebration continues, we like just to highlight the moment of the 168th anniversary celebration of the St. Martin's Methodist Church, and perhaps we can go to that tape now, as if we have it ready and stand by. The 160th anniversary of the St. Martin's Methodist Church there on Front Street, a monument that has, been taken all over the world because of its significance, the way how it looked, built back in the 1870s.
Wasn't it 1850?
Mm-hmm.
A brief history
So what?
The chapel tells us that 160 years ago, the Methodists of Dutch St. Martin, a vigorous and growing community known in those days as Wesleyans, needed a larger place of worship in Phillipsburg. The work of Methodism started on St. Martin in 1817 with the visit of Pastor John Hodge and his friends from Anguilla. Within a few years, Methodism was firmly planted on the island, and the membership grew steadily. The converts in Phillipsburg, after meeting in several different buildings for worship, wanted a permanent place to worship. A petition was sent to His Majesty King William III of Holland, asking for a vacant piece of land known as the Old English Church Lot. This site had been lying vacant since 1819, when a great gale wrecked many elegant buildings in the town and irrevocably ruined many of the sugar estates on the island. The Illich Mansion, now known as the Brick Building, was flooded to a depth of 4 feet, and the English church, which was on the site now occupied by our church, and which was in a bad state of repair, was completely swept away. The petition was approved and forwarded by Governor or Kazakheba J.D. Kroll on March 20th, 1850, to His Majesty, who was graciously pleased to grant it. And with such expedition that, slow as the means of communication were in those days, the news was received and the foundation stones of the new church was laid on the same date in the following year, March 20th, 1851. The work also proceeded at great speed, and the church was completed and opened on October 19th of the same year. The dedication and opening services were conducted by the Reverend James Cox, Superintendent of the St. Kitts Circuit. Truly, the people had a mind to work, was the queen of his message. Little is known of the details of the erection. The actual construction was carried through by the Reverend William Tapley Weymouth of Torquay, Devon, England, who came to St. Martin in 1850 after 15 years as a missionary in the West Indies. Soon after his arrival, he had the misfortune to lose his wife in childbirth. Mrs. Weymouth and the baby, who lived only for 1 month, were buried in the ground over which the church is built. The funds to build the chapel were raised partly by subscription and partly by loan in the Wesley Chapel Trust. In the ensuing years, the members held numerous tea meetings to raise funds to pay the debt incurred in the building of the chapel. The historical Wesleyan chapel was renovated during the ministry of Reverend Franklin Roberts during 1955 to 1958. The renovation building scheme was done by Mr. Bernard Scott and Mr. Iran Duntram. In 1978, under the supervision of Reverend Birchfield Amor, the original structure of the Phillipsburg Methodist Chapel was replaced with concrete, but its original shape and design were maintained. The cornerstone for the new structure was laid by Reverend Neville Brody, the then chairman and general superintendent of the Leeward Islands district of the Methodist Church in the Caribbean and the Americas, known as the MCC. The Phillipsburg Methodist Chapel had been declared a national monument by the federal government of the Netherlands Antilles. This status enabled the Methodist Church to access government funding for renovation of the chapel. As we become cognizant of the many struggles that our forefathers have undergone to make the church what it is today, a vibrant and dynamic vehicle of God, the Methodist Church in St. Maarten is thankful to God for all that He has enabled us to achieve. Let us thank God and take courage as we press on to the mark of the prize of the high calling in Christ Jesus. Looking back over the years, one feels conscious of the love and devotion of many people who have labored. From the dark days of slavery to the present, the Methodist Church on this island has been closely connected with the life of the people. It has stood by them in their bondage, shared with them in drought, storm, and some of its missionaries are buried in its soil. With the influx of many novel and modern sects, it is good for us to remember the long years during which Methodism has dedicated itself to its people. We thank God for the past, and may He give us strength and courage to face the years ahead. We give God thanks that out of this congregation, 3 congregations have been established, namely the St. Peter's, Zion, and Belvedere congregations. By 2011, more than 64 ministers, several lay preachers, numerous class leaders have labored faithfully with unwavering devotion to ensure that the Phillipsburg Methodist Chapel accomplish its mission and fulfill its destiny. The observance of the 160th anniversary of the Phillipsburg Chapel is an outstanding moment in the life of the Methodist Church and the entire community of St. Maarten. Such a celebration provides us an excellent opportunity to revisit our past and seek to understand the importance of the culture and society of the day. In so doing, we are able to learn where we have come from and simultaneously to receive some insight from the present and future guidance. The Phillipsburg Methodist Chapel is not simply another place to worship, but it stands as an exceptional national monument that has become the admiration of locals and visitors alike. The chapel is the embodiment of a culture that is fast disappearing from the island with a rapid pace of modernization and change from within and without. In addition, it has become a symbol of the presence of God in the midst of a people. This presence, despite those rapid changes and efforts to decentralize God from the total life of the people, seek to remind us that the Christian way of life is the bedrock of our past and the guarantee for the present and the future. Christian friends, a brief insight of the history of the Phillipsburg.
Our prayers of thanksgiving.
St. Maarten in Retrospect, live from Festival Village this morning on St. Maarten Cable TV. And of course, you just heard one of the Methodist members in the church, Miss Macy Richardson, talking there about the 160th anniversary celebration of the Methodist Church. And of course, during the month of October, they were celebrating over at the Methodist Church, and that was just some excerpts that we took from that celebration. The 160th anniversary of the St. Martin's Methodist Church, of course, where the ceremony on the worship service is presently taking place this morning. And later on in our broadcast, as we continue to highlight some of the activities that take place here in St. Maarten during the leading up to the St. Martin's Day celebration, We'll be bringing you highlights of that and more as our coverage continues here this morning. But we'll break for a word from our sponsors, and we'll be right back right after this. Stay with us.
St. Martin in Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Booney.
St. Martin in Retrospect, we're live here at Festival Village and on St. Martin Cable TV, Channel 15. Thank you for joining us this morning. If you're just joining us, and we'd like to extend our best wishes to you and a happy St. Martin's Day to each and every one of you there watching this morning. And, well, we hope you come out and enjoy the rest of the day here with us at Festival Village. And, of course, Gina here with us this morning as we celebrate a very big day in the history of St. Martin this morning. And, of course, the celebration cannot be complete if we don't have some of our artists performing for us here live. And we always have the pleasure to have a number of great local artists to perform on our show. And, well, this year it's no exception.
Yes, we have one of our favorites. I must say that I missed the Bell Brothers this morning. Something that I look forward to.
Well, we don't have the Bell Brothers, but we do have them. But we have Jumels here with us this morning.
That's right. You see, there's the balance.
Okay, so we do have the Jumels here with us this morning. So
one of them just launched a video. And I heard the interview with her on Electra a couple weeks ago, and she was going through how meticulous and, how much hard work went into doing it, and she's very happy with the end work. So I would like for St. Martin to support her, buy her music when she's performing, attend. This is our own thing, and this is how we show appreciation and love for our country, when we support our own.
We've been doing this here now for the past, umpteen years, St. Martin in Retrospect, and we have always, except for this year, had Jumels performing for us live, and they've always supported our program, and we always supported them, and we like to extend our best wishes to them, and wish them all the best on the new album, the new CD, and say congratulations to them. And folks at home, we want you to enjoy now the Jumels here with us on St. Martin in Retrospect. Talented girls, here they are. Jumels, they're in harmony exceptionally well. We always love the Jumels on the show, and looking forward to having them next year. What do you
And
say?
the song, the theme of the song is critical, especially in these trying times. We need his help.
Most definitely, most definitely. Our coverage continues here this morning, and we've understood, well, the church service is almost but over at this particular moment.
Organizing committee is sticking to their schedule, and things are moving along nicely as planned. So we have footage of the dignitaries leaving the Methodist Church on Front Street, making way to their transportation to be led to the border at Bellevue, where they will be laying the wreath.
See the Prime Minister, Mrs. Sarah Westcott Williams. Just before her, we saw Dr. Anders Eugene Holliday, Prime Minister with her hat. President
of
Rosita
Parliament.
Arundel.
President of the French Collectivité, Mr. Franz Gums, and his wife. Guess some more French dignitaries.
Minister of Culture, Mrs. Rhoda Arundel, behind her. Minister of Justice, Mr. Roland Duncan. Other dignitaries, Mr. Cornelius, Minister of Health, De Weaver.
Labor and Social Affairs as well, I believe. We have the Minister of Finance, Mr. Hiro Shigemoto. And Mr. Groeneveld.
Who's the acting governor, I believe. And number of other friends, well-wishers, everyone attending the church service. Quite a tradition here on the island, as it forms part of the uniqueness of the celebration of St. Martin's Day.
Member of Parliament, Mr. George Pantaflet.
Mrs. Mavis Brooks Solomon. From Frank St. Martin.
Mr. Alan Richardson.
Shaking some hands and greeting some of the members.
Dr. Lloyd Richardson, our parliamentarian Sylvia. I'm sorry if I'm missing anyone. It has not been nice to the eyes. Patrick Illidge, our parliamentarian as well. Is that Inspector John, Carl John? I hope I haven't...
And this is on Front Street at the Methodist Chapel, the motorcade getting ready now as they leave the church to head on to the border monument at Bellevue. See former Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Ralph Richardson there.
And his wife.
It's been a long time we haven't seen Mr. Richardson, I guess, busy practicing in his law firm now. The dignitaries getting on the bus as we show you them leaving from the Methodist Chapel.
The objective that we know that it's impossible for everyone to be a part of parking and space constraints, but it's important to us to bring you the day's events, and we hope that as you're looking at the footage that you're having you're getting the children together Everyone dressed nicely in their red, white, and blue and their St. Martin flag. And put about 50 guilders in your pocket so that you can patronize the booth holders here at Festival Village and get some good local food. Today is an off day. It's a day that you celebrate. So no kitchen today, Klasina. No kitchen today.
And we'd like to say a happy St. Martin's Day to each and everyone presently watching here on St. Martin Cable TV, one of our sponsors, or many sponsors who have taken the opportunity to bring, for us to get this program together, we can bring live coverage of the St. Martin's Day activities taking place here at Festival Village and around St. Martin. So if you see our cameras coming around, please don't run, just walk up to them and share the information with us so that we can share it with the rest of the world here watching this morning the St. Martin's Day activities taking place here in St. Martin.
What time is it in the Netherlands, Elton? It's
Netherlands should be 5 hours in front, so just anywhere like 12 midday or in the afternoon, 2 o'clock.
2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah,
Okay, so we would like to take this time and wish all St. Martiners and those who love St. Martin a happy St. Martin's Day in the Netherlands, in France. Where else do we have a large concentration of St. Martiners?
Well,
all our students in the U.S., in the Caribbean.
And before we go to that, speaking of the Netherlands, I have here in my hands a note because, St. Martin is famous not only for its food and its culture, but, for also it's a beautiful destination. People come here for all kinds of reasons, not only for business. And people come here also to get married. I have a very popular Dutch person on the islands, a number of them, came here to get married. Jan Smith, I've understood, very popular singer in Holland, came down here on St. Martin to get married. Yesterday, when I went to get the nails in hand and everything done, I met some folks also from Holland. Kim Adolfs and Willem Spoelstra from Almere will be getting married this afternoon.
North of Holland, right?
Will be getting married this afternoon, and that marriage ceremony will be taking place at Mullet Bay.
Nice.
So,
now, I read in the papers that in Curacao, the maximum amount of couples are getting married today. I think it's 26 couples are tying the knot on Curacao today. So congratulations, all the best. And marriage is not about love, it's about commitment. So all the best.
Kim Adolfs and Willem Spoelstra, congratulations to you as well, marrying here in St. Martin. And
thank you for choosing St. Martin to mark your memorable day.
And we've understood over at the Princess Juliana International Airport something exciting and sweetie is happening over there.
Yes, well, Audrey Jack.
Audrey Jack, who is in the marketing department at the Princess Juliana.
Yes, she is the senior
Can I have one of those bags? Yeah?
Business Development Officer at Princess Juliana International Airport. I am so proud of Audrey. Aren't we, Elton?
Oh, most definitely.
Our Audrey is a businesswoman. She's an employee.
She's a producer. She's
an
everything.
Aunt.
She's a jack of all trades.
Oh, she's an awesome woman.
Well,
and she told me that every passenger that is arriving at PJIA Airport today is getting candy.
Wow. Can you imagine? Give me a little sweet. And of course, here on our program this morning, and also here at the village, the Princess Juliana International Airport has given us this bag of goodies so we can present it to, number of friends and relatives who would like to have a nice bag. It contains a lot of beautiful things. I'm not going to tell you exactly what's on it, but you come here at the Festival Village this morning and you answer a couple of quick questions. You will be able to win yourself this nice, beautiful gift bag from the Princess Juliana International Airport. We have understood that they've gone all the way out, decorated the Princess Juliana International Airport, and we did feature the Princess Juliana International Airport in our program a couple years ago with Dr. Eugene Holiday. And the Princess Juliana International Airport is one of the biggest pillars of the economy here in the island of St. Martin. And it came from a long way, a little small house just on the corner over there in Simpson Bay, a little stretch beach being built by the Dutch. built by the Dutch, a landing strip so that they can land their World War planes during the occupation at that particular time. And from there it just developed, moved, and now it's the envy of the Caribbean, the Princess Juliana International Airport. So happy St. Martin's Day to all the folks over there at the Princess Juliana International Airport. Later on over at the PJIA, you can enjoy some great cultural music by some of our top local bands. Some of my
favorite artists are there. Ebony Steel Orchestra, Dow. Connie's Vanterpool is there. We would like to extend our deepest sympathy to that family as well, Mr. Bailey.
Yes, most
and
definitely.
His children. And the Rhythm Boys. And please note that parking is free today at the airport. So all day free parking, free entertainment. Today is the day that the airport gives back to St. Martin and shows her appreciation to the people and visitors of St. Martin.
So you're watching St. Martin in Retrospect, and we'll be right back right after these words from our sponsors as we continue to bring you live coverage of today's activities here on St. Martin Cable TV.
St. Martin in Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Booney.
St. Martin in Retrospect, and back in our little small makeshift studios. And first of all, I have to say to friends over there, Quick Ideas, for providing us with the nice, beautiful chairs. Of course, thank you very much, Mr. Kishu Mirshandani at Quick Ideas, Quick Bargains, where they have everything for the comfort of your home. So if you like our so you check them out over there at the Jobco Plaza over in Colby if you're looking for any kind of household chairs, furniture, decorations. And thanks very much for providing us with these nice, beautiful chairs.
And whoever did the decorations in here, it's beautiful. I love it.
Want to say Ann Richardson is the one responsible for that. In the meantime, between time, I noticed that and if you've noticed, we joined here also by Mr. Wendell Moore, who's one of the top talk show hosts here on the island. Every time we hear him filling in for Lloyd Richardson over there at PJ82 Radio, we always enjoy it very much, and he also has his different programs on the French side. But the reason why we asked him to join us here also on St. Martin in Retrospect is because of his knowledge of reporting. And one of the things we're going to be talking about this morning, of course, and it happens to be a historic occasion here for the island of St. Martin as well, just recent visit of the royal couple to the island of St. Martin, Queen Beatrix.
Basically, it seemed very symbolic to me in that Queen Beatrix's mother reigned for 32 years. She's in her 31st year. Her son, she came with her son and his wife. As you know, her husband passed in October 2002. And I get the feeling that she's ready to pass it on.
Well, she is going to be passing on because we already have Prince Willem as designated king, and her visit here to the island of St. Martin was her last visit as Queen of the Netherlands.
Did she say that?
Well, that's definitely been established already, and it's already been in the official circles because they're also mentioning Prince Willem Alexander as king designated. So
he is the crown prince.
The crown prince. So this will be her. This was her last year as visiting St. Martin as queen. The next time I believe, if any
She'll
visit,
be a princess again.
he will be, he will be king.
And he will be king.
Mr. Wendell has been following the Queen. Wendell, you've been following the Queen with all those many reporters from around the world and from the Netherlands and St. Martin. I was there with you along with Kristen, who we will be introducing later, and see all the hoopla and everybody, trying to get a picture and trying to see the Queen. How was it? Tell us about it.
Allow me to reverse a little bit and just
say
to one and all who are watching that we wish you all a happy St. Martin's Day. And I want to thank both of you for having me being part of the small little entourage here.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Actually, it's nostalgic for the three of us to be together again.
All right.
And I give God thanks for that.
Wonderful. And to add to what you have been saying all along, I do agree with Elton's position, because I took it as well publicly on radio, that I believe this may very well be the last visit in her capacity as Queen to this area. I'm not saying that she won't be coming back, but as Queen, certainly not. Prince William Alexander is crowned Prince William Alexander, and I think he's just about ready to take up the post. And Gina, you mentioned something very interesting, the fact that her mother reigned for 32 years, and she is right within the realm of the same time, and that can only speak of her time, really, to hand the crown over to her son. And no one mentioned anything about that lovely, beautiful
Maxima?
Maxima.
Oh, she's a knockout.
She's a gorgeous lady.
She's gorgeous, and she seems to be more beautiful on the inside than anything else.
Very much so.
I feel her humility. I feel her sincerity, and we are so, especially in the Antilles, you know, Antillean men. I mean, I'm a woman, and I can't live without my people, my Latino people. You know, I mean, my friends. I love their food. I love the DR. Happy St. Martin's Day to all my Dominican people. And I think the Crown Prince is just showing what the Dutch men really like, you know?
Well, you know, the same way
they're into these, they
the
love
same
the,
way
the
I fit
Latina
right
women.
in here. The same way I fit right in here, I believe she fits nicely into that capacity. And it was really nice to have them all here. Yes, well, we actually followed them all. They came here from Curaçao. They actually made a first stop in Aruba, and then they came from Aruba. They went to Bonaire. From Bonaire, they went to Curaçao. From Curaçao, they came to St. Martin, and from St. Martin, they went on to Sabre and then to St. Eustatius. So they covered the whole Dutch Caribbean Koninkrijk.
Koninkrijk.
Yeah.
But you did well. I'm proud of you.
The kingdom. That's what it is. There, the Queen is stepping off along with Princess Maxima right behind her, and they've met the governor as well as his lovely wife, along with the Prime Minister of St. Martin, and that is Honorable Sarah Westcott Williams. From there, she, of course, would be inspecting the guard, the uniformed guard that were present at the airport, and from that wonderful scene, they played both the Dutch anthem and the St. Martin song. And interestingly, this morning at the church, Elton, I heard them, the whole church, singing the St. Martin anthem, the one that we're using now, and I couldn't get comfortable with the idea that we may have to change with that. Anyway, back to the Queen.
Talk about that later.
All right, back to the Queen. What was very touching on our way from the airport was the fact that the moment we get to the top of the airport, we start seeing all these school children lined up, and people on the side of the road all waiting to see Her Majesty passes by and her entourage. And that was very, very special. I believe right after that, he went and they paid a visit to the governor's quarters. And from the governor's quarters, they end up back at the government administration building. Her Majesty Queen Beatrix and Crown Prince William Alexander, as well as Maxima, for me, they formed the entire entourage, but for me, I thought that their visit was very graceful and of splendor. And I think the look on her face tells the whole story. When she walked into the government building, what was interesting was one of the schools, I think it's several of the schools brought classes over, and they coordinated. I think Fabiana was largely responsible for that. They coordinated a welcome in signs as well as verbalized, welcoming the Royal Highness to St. Martin. There she is, getting out of the car with the Prime Minister as well as the Governor, and they would be entering into the government building. I think there they would meet with all the government officials. And right after that, then there was a number of ceremonies that had to take place. The inauguration of the new mental health facilities, that would be coming up next. But here she is waving to the crowd, largely the public who came out just to get a glimpse of Her Majesty. She's in the building right now, and it's amazing how they refurbished that whole thing, make it look so special, Elton.
Yeah,
I think that was great. They are waving.
Well, they had to make it fit for a queen.
I like nothing more than they were accommodated, and very nicely. And I felt that they did justice to her, what would be considered a final visit here on St. Martin. There they are at the top of the balcony of the administration building, waving, of course, to the large crowd that have gathered to get a glimpse. They were.
Bring across that gracefulness, and whenever she comes visit, as if she loves being here. And I get sometimes the impression that, hey, maybe she loves Martin more than the other islands. I don't know if I can think that, but every time I get the impression that when she's here, she's comfortable, she's always embracing, she always wants to dance, and she wanted to actually really mingle in the crowd.
Yeah, and she loves children, Elton. And you will see that in many of her approaches. Often she would turn away from the directives that she has to go to any particular area and would pay attention to the children. She just loves children. Here she is, walking away from the government administration building. From there, she was heading to Her Majesty, rather. I hate to use the word she when I refer to Her Majesty. She is so royal. She would be heading to the hotel where she would be, of course, freshening up and,
she stayed at the Westin.
At the Westin, yes, that's right.
But normally she would stay at the Little Bay Hotel.
Yeah, but incidentally, the last time she was here, I think that was 2006, she stayed at Sapphire Beach Club. That's all the way to the end of the island. Mm-hmm. So don't ask me how that is coordinated, but yes, you're right. There was always a special place at Little Bay for her. And yeah.
I believe.
Yes, now that's one of her assignments while here. She had the responsibility of officially opening the mental health facilities. And she did that gracefully. There she is about to unveil the name of the facility, and while her wreath is being taken away so that she can have hands free to pull those curtains, in a moment you will just see the sign appear, the mental health facilities at Cahill location, and there you have the Minister of Health as well as the rest of the entourage applauding the effort. Very nice and very gracefully done. From there, of course, the very next stop was on to Emilio Wilson estate, where she had several presentations from the environmental and nature organizations, and that was her next assignment. I think she was interested in knowing what we are doing along those lines, and it was organized by the committee to have these foundations make a presentation to her. So from here, she obviously got a peek of some of what was happening and some of the facilities at the Mental Health Foundation facilities. She got a chance to take a first-hand look at everything, and then she would be leaving here and heading to the Emilio Wilson. So all in all, Elton, I think it was really a special moment for St. Martin and for the whole island to be able to experience Her Majesty's visit. And incidentally, it tied right into St. Martin's Day celebration, and no wonder you gave time to at least
but the last time she was here, if I'm not mistaken, she inaugurated the PJIA airport,
yes,
and it was the day before St. Martin's Day.
Everything just tied themselves right into St. Martin's
so
Day.
I think she likes to come out in November.
Well, I think she just likes being a part of the cultural celebration and being a part of in amongst the people of the islands, and especially on occasions like this, because I believe you have to look at her also too as, yes, Her Majesty Queen Beatrix is Queen of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, but she's also a person, and she's also a people's person, because she likes to get involved with the people, get involved with the cultural activities, and like you say, mingle with, with the...
And she handles it well, because, like you've just mentioned, it's not just the royalty, but she's also an individual like yourself and I. And she demonstrated that many times in her love for children and the way she approached dealing with children. And I would I may sound repetitive, but to be honest with you, I take notice of how she deals and how her attention is often drawn towards children.
One thing she would leave. One thing she would leave, with me for sure, is the way, not only how she carries herself, but the hat. The hat movement. If you can see, every time we've seen different segments of her, she always have a different hat. And in the Netherlands, that has become a trend, a style that everybody during Kroon Trader, they always put, the hat on. And now I'm noticing that our Prime Minister also adopting.
I'm waiting, Elton, to see Gina wears a hat, in the sense that
Wendell, my head can barely carry hair. I mean,
all right. This year is at the, we are working with the video that is made available to us, so we would have to just explain it as it goes on. There she is at the Amelia Wilson estate. And that day we had not just a light drizzle, a fairly heavy downpour, and it dried up just in time for when she came, or else she would be walking in soft soil. But there she is, gracefully heading towards the location where once used to be a restaurant and that premises. And there she got presentations from, I believe, the Nature Foundation. You got presentation from the environmental, and I think Jadida Veed, J.H. Weiser was there, and
archaeologist here on the island of St. Martin. And Mr. Hamiso at one time, he was also responsible for opening the CMAP here on the island of St. Martin, which Her Majesty Queen Beatrix also opened there on the Amsterdam shopping center area on the 80 Illich Road over there. And the Amelia Wilson Estate played a significant historical role here on the island of St. Martin as well, because it used to be where they used to house one of the governor's mansion many years ago in that particular area. So the Amelia Wilson Estate plays a very historical role, and I have a feeling that's where they went, because they were actually ones to have that particular estate to remain as a landmark and a park for St. Martin. So that area was given to them so that they can develop that area into a park for the local residents and citizens. Thank you very much.
Can I just before leaving quickly that in regards to her visit, we don't want to leave anything out. A visit was also paid to the Sundial School, and the culinary area there was presented, as well as that wonderful evening where it all culminated on the square, and that too was very special. That's about wrapping up her visit, and I believe that as much as a lot of people came out to see, there were those who did not come out, and we are pleased to be able to share that with them. And I'm going to go back on the road now, and I'm going to be able to cover some stuff that's going on and make sure I share them with people as we continue to celebrate St. Martin's Day.
Thank you so much, Wendell,
Thank you, Wendell,
for assisting us in bringing the St. Martin's Day celebration to the people of St. Martin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you're watching our live coverage here this morning. As our coverage continues, the activity is starting to pick up here on the island of St. Martin. We just hear in the background there the djembe drum band playing here on stage, and we'll be having some more live coverage coming to you here this morning as the St. Martin's Day celebration continues right here on St. Martin in Retrospect. You're watching us here live on St. Martin Cable TV this morning. We'll be right back with more highlights of the St. Martin's Day celebrations right after these messages. Stay with us.
You're watching St. Martin in Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Bruni. For all your accounting services, contact Tuit Accounting Services. Tuit Accounting is a certified public accountant specializing in accounting services, tax consulting, financial statements, interim reports, tax planning and advice, and payroll preparations. Tuit Accounting Services is located on the Corralita Road, number 33. Telephone 542-1665 or 553-0076. Tuit Accounting Firm for all your accounting services.
Builder's Paradise on the Welgelegen Road in Cahill now has in stock complete new kitchens and kitchen supplies. Check out our special ordered windows and doors. We also carry a large assortment of lumber, plywood, drywall, paints, bathroom fixtures, and much more at low prices to beat the economic crisis. Our friendly professional staff will be more than glad to assist you. Yes, at Builder's Paradise, we strive to meet all your building needs. And oh yes, we still offer free delivery.
You're not gonna eat? You know, I'm not that hungry. Just a little bit. Are those wings? I'll take one. Oops, I got two. Is that shrimp? Just a little dip. Oh.
Don't know what else to do to save money? At Scotiabank, you can get a personalized savings plan that takes into account your income and spending, so you can save easily and regularly.
Tonight, I'm treating.
Come see how we can make a difference. Scotiabank. Life, money, balance both.
Travel Planners, an award-winning agency on St. Martin with a well-trained, knowledgeable and friendly staff dedicated to making your travel arrangements hassle-free. We can book your airline, car, cruise and hotel reservations to anywhere in the world. Visit our offices or log on to our website and take advantage of our special packages to the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico. Travel Planners, voted best travel agency on St. Martin.
Introducing new Powerade Ion 4, complete with 4 electrolytes lost in sweat. No matter your drive, preparation, motivation, passion, determination, Powerade Ion 4 is the player's choice. Powerade Ion 4, the evolution of sports drink, comes in 6 natural flavors, ranging from fruit punch to mountain berry blast. Powerade Ion 4, the complete sports drink. Distributed by BNC Beverages. Call 542-2283.
You're watching St. Martin in Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Bruni.
Welcome back to our live coverage here this morning as we continue to bring you highlights of St. Martin's Day activities. And along with me, Gina Bruni, and another special guest we have here this morning, Miss Diane Wilson. And of course, it's probably has been quite a hectic week here for Diane as she was busy and of course, if we can just lift it up and show the folks the CD from Diane, it's a brand new CD, and I'd like to say happy St. Martin's Day to Diane Wilson, who's joining us here this morning on St. Martin in Retrospect. Diane, happy St. Martin's Day to you.
Same to you.
And welcome to our live broadcast here this morning. Gina Bruni showing us the St. Martin's Day CD. First of all, tell us a little bit about yourself and what do we know about Diane Wilson? What we could know about Diane Wilson?
Well, I was born on St. Martin. I'm the daughter of Yvette Webster and Ray Jordan Webster. I'm a dancer by profession. That's my love my country.
All right, and so do all of us, because I mean, if we gotta love our country for it.
Yes.
All right, we first like to say congratulations to
Thank you very
on
much.
the releasing of your CD.
Thank you.
Tell us about it.
Well, all the songs are in honor of St. Martin. There's Sweet St. Martin, which basically gives you a sense of pride for who you are and a love for your country. And there's a song for our Prime Minister, Miss Sarah Westcott Williams, on it as well.
So what made you decide to do that?
I admire her.
Okay.
From a child.
From a little child growing
Yes.
up. What do you admire most about her? When you say admire her, what exactly do you admire?
She's a lady. The way she carries herself with a lot of dignity, and she's very professional and intelligent.
All right, so the CD is called Sweet St. Martin.
Yes.
And leading up to the launching of this, you had the launching last night?
Last
How was
night.
It? Tell me how that was last
great.
night.
It was a success.
Yes?
Yes.
No power outage.
We had power
Yeah.
there. It was a success.
It was a success. So
Yes.
tell us about it. How did it go last night? You had a
Well-
lot of people, or how it go?
A few persons couldn't make it because of the situation, the blackouts and
Yeah.
the traffic. But I had probably like around 150, 200 people there, including the Prime Minister, and everything went wonderful.
So you had your idol there with you.
Yes,
That must
yes.
have given you some.
Oh yes, I was really honored to have her there.
Okay.
And
Yes.
where was the CD launching held?
At Port de Plaisance.
Okay.
They were my sponsors. They
At
sponsored
Rock
the
House.
restaurant.
Rock House.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it must have been a wonderful location, because I know the Rock House is a nice, beautiful
Yes,
place
beautiful.
over
It was really nice.
there. Okay.
I'd like to talk to you a bit about the CD. I see you have 7 songs. As you
Yes.
said, it's a dedication to St. Martin.
Yes.
And I also see that you have Jesus is the Answer, Prayer for
Yes.
St. Martin.
Yes.
And it was produced by my
Yes.
brother, Adrian Scott, for Zamar Musical Production.
Yes.
Where did you take the photograph for?
The photograph, my cousin, Sean York, he did the photograph. He took it, he did the graphic design.
Okay, and I see a cruise ship to the background,
Yes.
which means that this is
Right
the
in
boardwalk.
town, right by the boardwalk.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yes.
And who designed your
Oh, my
attire?
dress, it was designed by Esther Davis.
Oh, wow,
Yes,
wonderful.
and Miss Agil Dollison made the hat for me.
And some of the musicians behind the music who was involved in
Yes,
putting the
God's
music together.
Chosen. They were there to perform live. The music was produced by Adrian Scott.
Okay.
Yes.
Of Zamar Musical Productions.
Yes.
He's really a blessed
Yes, very
minstrel.
talented.
Yes, he is.
So, well, what made you decide to go take up into singing? Because by day you
A
banking.
banker, internal auditor.
Yeah.
Yes,
So,
I love
what-
singing. I've always loved singing as a child. I would go in the bathroom with my tapes and I'll record myself singing and just imagine I'm on a stage singing.
Oh.
And God made it a reality.
Okay, nice, beautiful, well, beautiful, beautiful.
So this is your first production,
My
but I'm
first.
sure it's not your last.
No, it's not my
Are you
last.
thinking about making a video of any one of the songs?
Sweet St. Martin, actually.
Okay, and I guess you're going to incorporate Mrs. Westcott Williams somehow and everything that makes up St. Martin's Suite?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we can look forward to that.
Look forward
soon.
to it.
Let me hear where the inspiration came from for the Sweet St. Martin song. I know you mentioned something like you gotta love your country, but
Yes.
there's gotta be something more deeper there.
Well, the church that I attended, we always have annually, like different nationalities celebrate their culture. And for St. Martin, I wanted to represent St. Martin as, again, I love my country, I love my people. And so I wrote this song to represent St. Martin for that event.
All right, we'd like to congratulate you on the launching of your new CD, and also thank you very much for coming in
Thank you for
here and
having me.
waking up early this morning, 6 o'clock.
Thank you so
to
much.
be here for us in our
Thank you.
studios.
And much success with the sales and the
Thank you.
marketing of
Yeah,
your
let's
CD.
find out how the sales are going. How many did you sell last night?
Well, last night, about 150.
Wow.
Yes.
That's not too bad.
Yes.
You still have
I still have.
a lot more
And
to
I
go.
hope that you can network with like places like the harbor, the airport. You
Right,
know.
right.
This can be a wonderful gift.
Yes.
At the
We
front
had a
desk as well at all
media
the
from the
resorts.
French side, they were there, and it's going places.
So if you have a good marketing team, this can go places.
Yes.
For the island, for you, and for God.
Yes, thank you.
Well, Deanna, we'd like to say thank you very much for joining us here this morning. We have a nice special gift for you.
Wow.
And this is coming from our friends over there from Lydia's Flower Shop, just on the cul-de-sac there, Lydia's Flower Shop, known for some, you know, like if you, I don't know if the camera
beautiful.
can pick that up over there, that nice, beautiful red, white, and blue bouquet of flowers over there is from Lydia's Flower Shop. So Lydia's Flower Shop can get flowers for you for any kind of occasion, and they decide to make a special one for you to present you. Just being here with us this
Thank
morning.
you so
Congratulations
much.
on the launching
Thank
of
you.
your new CD.
Thank you.
Success,
Thank
all the
you.
best, and
Thank you.
happy St. Martin's Day to you. I'd
Same
like to
to
give you the
you.
opportunity to, you know, wish your friends, family, and anyone else, you know, a happy St. Martin's Day.
Well, I just want to wish everyone a happy St. Martin's Day and encourage you to just go all out for St. Martin's, celebrate, wave your flags, and just have a fun time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do enjoy the day as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And we're here live, St. Martin in Retrospect, St. Martin Cable TV, channel 15. And of course, right about now, we like to go to
interview that we've had with one of the schools. What do we have coming up next? Okay, so before we do that with the interview with the school, the schools have been taking part in a lot of the celebrations leading up to St. Martin's Day. With the 160 celebration at the Orania School, we've understood and have seen actually that a number of the schools paraded through the streets of St. Martin. Don't leave just yet. Paraded through the streets of St. Martin, Dutch side, and they had the wonderful time. Our cameras was out there to take some of those shots, and here they are.
And this happened. This happened on Thursday, November 10th. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I believe it was.
Those flags! Wave them high! And the line
Yes, and you know this is such a wonderful thing. You know, thank God for the schools, for the teachers, for the parents that cooperate with the teachers, for government that gives the teachers the resources they need to keep the children involved in stuff such as meeting the Queen, celebrating St. Martin's Day. You know, keeping our culture alive. I can remember as a child, I would always hear the children are the future. And indeed,
Children are the future.
children are the future.
But it's nice to see that all of the schools came up, or a number of the schools came out in big numbers to celebrate. And it reminds me like growing up also as a young boy on the island, taking part in the activities during my childhood times. You know, from my school in Colbay, the Leonard Connor School in Colbay. So here we see like the students and the schools being represented. The Ruby La Vega Primary School.
Miss Ruby La Vega, may she continue to rest in peace. That was, she taught me how to sew.
Crochet.
A little bit arts and crafts.
Arts and crafts.
That's what
I remember also going to school in Colbay, there the John Lamedy School where Mr. Camille Bailey was the principal, that she also used to come in the afternoon time to teach arts and crafts. And yeah, she would teach you how to crochet, she would show you how to knit and such like that. And you know, for a guy, it was like, okay, but it was something that my mother always was doing home as well. Crocheting and knitting and, you know, getting things ready for Christmas and for Easter. I mean, your table will be decorated with all these things. So, Ruby La Vega is definitely one of the icons here on the island of St. Martin, the late Ruby La Vega.
Yes.
Here we see, like,
And
more of the schools.
her sister-in-law, Rose, is...
Okay, happy birthday to Rosie. The St. Martin's Day activities are celebrations here live on St. Martin Cable TV. And also you could follow us on St. Martin in Retrospect on our website. And also you can tune in on www.xxmsunshine.com.
Once again, we would like to thank Wendell Moore for giving us, you know, a nice recapitulation of the Queen's visit. And we would also like to thank our cameraman on the road, Franklin Beeks Wilson. We also have Junior Flanders. We have Kristen Sorton.
We have a big crew this year.
Yes, we have a nice crew on the road that are out there getting the footage and doing the interviews. And, you know, we'd also like to thank Miss Diane Wilson for her courage and her tenacity in following through with her dream to honor St. Martin, to honor God, to give thanks to our first Prime Minister, a truly amazing woman. She is intelligent. She is professional. She is consistent at what she does. Mrs. Sarah Westcott Williams is really a lady to admire, and we would like to thank her as well.
I would like to
thank
the Minister of Culture, Mrs. Rhoda Irondell, for putting together a put together program from her department. Mrs. Rhoda, I think we should also have her share some of the spotlight, since it's also her time, I would want to say, to shine. The team, I want to talk about that. One island, one people, one destiny. Something I know she wants to, her objective is also to build on, having the people of St. Martin, no matter where you're from, that you become oneness. In that way we can forge together ahead and to make this country a great country. St. Martin. One island, one destiny, one people. Taken from the excerpt of a song by one of our local artists, Lino and the Hard Way. What do you think about the theme this year? One island, one people, one destiny.
I think it's noble. I think it's a great initiative. I believe that a country divided against itself cannot stand. So we must promote unity. We must promote oneness. We must be single-minded in our not only what we want for St. Martin, but where we want to take St. Martin.
Most definitely, and I know we want to make St. Martin the #1 island in the Caribbean. It's going to take a lot of tenacity. It's going to take a lot of working together and coming together as people, as as one.
And
to
even
make this
though
country
we can learn from others that have gone before us on embarking on a different status, St. Martin is unique. Every country is unique, and we will have to trust the people that we have elected. We will have to trust the people that are in key positions, Mark Mingo, Regina LaBega, the team at Telem, the team at GB. We will have to trust them, with the task that they have to lead this country and where we can always be.
Well, I have my own small little thoughts about a whole lot of other things like that and stuff like that, because I don't only want to trust those people who are the leaders, but I think my leaders also have to listen to the people as well, listen to what they say, listen to, their expressions and take it from there, analyze what the people want, and, not only that, because you of this particular caliber leading the country, you also have to, for me, listen to what the people are saying, because as a matter of fact, it's the people who make up this country.
The people speak every 4 years.
Okay. So, Maarten In Retrospect, we're live here this morning as we bring you highlights of a St. Martin's Day celebration under the theme this year, One Island, One People, One Destiny. And the activity is starting to pick up out here at the Festival Village, where most of the celebrations will be taking place this morning. And we're looking forward to continuing bringing you highlights of the day's events as it progresses on. Excuse me. We'll be here till about 2 o'clock this afternoon, attempting to do all we can to make you enjoy it at home, wherever you're watching, whether it's on the World Wide Web or on St. Martin Cable TV, Channel 15. And I think maybe it's about time. Maybe we just hit a break from one of our sponsors. We'll be right back because we have some more scenes coming in. But first, these words from our sponsors. And, of course, one of our sponsors happens to be Lydia's Flower Shop over there on the Bush Road in Cul-de-Sac, where you can find flowers for all occasion. This is St. Martin In Retrospect. I'm Elton Richardson, along with Gina Bruni. We'll be right back right after these words. Stay with us.
You're watching St. Martin In Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Bruni.
St. Martin In Retrospect, welcome back as you join us here live this morning on St. Martin's Day, November 11th, 2011. And of course, we're standing by to bring you more activities as the day progresses. And we want to talk about how actually
St. Martin's Day got started. There's so much history. And you know what? I was reading one of the newspapers, the daily newspapers here recently. They come up with a special on St. Martin. And
that was in a Wednesday paper.
Yeah, and now they were talking about how it actually really got started. And, you know, we spoke to the late Dr. Petit about how it actually got started. We got some information that, hey, it was between him, Mr. Clem Labega, and Mr. The late Dr. Claude Watty. And quite recently, I saw an article, yes, by Suja Ref that also included Mr. Felix Swazi. So that's quite also some other information that, you know, we can put in the history books of St. Martin. But we had quite an interesting interview during our first year when we started this particular broadcast, that we decided, well, you know, there's always new generations coming along that doesn't actually really know how the St. Martin's Day celebration got started. And just in case maybe you were amongst one of those generations that really don't know how actually the St. Martin Day got started, well, we have some information for you that perhaps you can take to your history class when, you know, that particular incident come around. So let's go to that video with Dr. Hubert Petit as he explained how the St. Martin's Day celebration got started here on St. Martin.
Sharing of the island by the Dutch and French. And it is so that St. Martin Day is now celebrated annually on November 11th, even though the ceremony at the monument on that date really commemorates the signing of a treaty which took place in 1648 on March 23rd. The first celebration of the treaty dividing the island and the supposed sharing of it amicably for over 300 years was indeed held in 1948 on March 23rd, the proper date, with Louis Costa Fleming, the mayor on the French side, and Dr. Claude Watty, the head of the Island Council, on the Dutch side, officiating. Dr. Hubert Petit, when mayor in 1959, instituted the change in date for a purely practical consideration. He wished to arrange for a holiday celebration every year. He realized that the French government would not permit the dismissal of schools except on dates established as holidays in France, and was aware that November 11th was observed there as Armistice Day. He therefore proposed, and Dr. Claude Watty and the Island Council agreed that the commemoration of the Treaty of the Concordia take place on November 11th instead of March 23rd.
The first time it came up was in 1959, just after my election as mayor on the French side. At that time, it was the end of the colonial system on both sides of the island, and they had had elections before on the Dutch side that brought Watty in power. And a few years afterward, I took over the French side, changing the way it was administrated up to then. But it was a surprise for us all, for Watty and myself, to see the big reaction it had in the population. Everyone in the island, the Dutch and the French, participated in that election. All the cars was carrying the same flags and everything. And it was such a joy and such a happiness in the island that St. Martin Day imposed itself to us. We realized that we had to do something for that celebration to continue.
Okay, so what gave you guys the idea? Where it came from? What made you guys decide, well, let's just organize a St. Martin's Day?
That's just what I said. It's the way the people react show us that it was one people. Mm-hmm. And that up to then, we had no time that the population would meet and unite to celebrate something. Mm-hmm. On the French side, we would celebrate the 14th of July, which was celebration of the Republic Fête, and on the Dutch side, it was the Queen's birthday. Yeah. But nothing was given to us. And when the people come out, it was just to have a drink and to see the boat race. But their spirit was not there. Mm-hmm. But the day after the election, we realized that St. Martin people needed a celebration for themselves, that they become someone and not just belonging to such a nation. We become, at that time, real St. Martin people. Before that didn't exist.
So we've understood it was, at that time, three of you.
Yes, well, how it happened, after the election, a day or two after, we met on in a cafe on that side. I think it's Orange Cafe.
Yeah, the Oranje Cafe, I believe. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. It was Mr. Watty, Clem and myself. We met there and we discussed. So, like, I was freshly back from France, and in France, all the communes and the little villages has their fete, their celebration once a year. They celebrate in that all the population come out together.
Yeah.
So that idea came to me, and I proposed it to Claude and to La Bega. They agreed right away, and they proposed that it should be done on the 21st of March. And I was not so up for that date for two reasons. First of all, on the French side, it wasn't possible for us to give that day
a national holiday.
a national holiday.
Yeah.
It was easier on the Dutch side. And then secondly, what mostly pushed me is that day is the day they separate St. Martin in two, between two nations, two colonial nations separate a little small island in two.
Yeah.
And we're not going to celebrate that.
Yeah.
You know, that wasn't celebrating St. Martin. That was celebrating the victory and the takeover of the island.
Yeah.
So I propose that it should be done on St. Martin Day, which is the
November 11th.
November the 11th.
Why exactly November 11th? Because there's like
They said it's nothing showing that time. It's at that date that Christopher Columbus passed in front of the island and give the name of St. Martin and so. But for me, on the French side, it was a national day. It helped me to impose on the government that celebration. But it was not something nice because we did it with so much success that it made the people in Guadeloupe and in France realize that we had that there. And like the 11th of November was for the anciens combattants, as we sell the soldiers that fought in the 1914 war. They didn't have no Dutch that fought at that time. It was only we. But at that time, they sent down army and different things. And gradually, they take over the celebration of St. Martin Day, and they change everything. We St. Martin people that believe we had a day belonging to us, in reality, they took it back from us, and they celebrate every time it's a French side, they celebrate the 11th of November, a national day. So I feel now that that has passed, and the spirit that existed at that time does not exist anymore. At that time, it just had a small population, and we all were St. Martin people. We knew all of each other, and we celebrate happy and go out, and so it was a success.
Okay, now we would like to give you this opportunity to wish.
Yes, I'm happy that you came. Permit me to recall all those good moments that we passed, and to say to the St. Martin people to have a nice, happy, and joyful St. Martin's Day. Try and make it better than it was in the last years, and it should be better in the future. I'm counting on you to take the...
Thank you very much.
The late Dr. Hubert Petit, as he spoke to us there about, I believe that was in 2004, I'm not too sure, during the first broadcast of our program, St. Martin in Retrospect.
That was before 2005.
It was before that. It was way before that. Mr. Hubert Petit there, in his mortal words, saying he hoped that we can make St. Martin's Day celebration better.
And in my point of view, every year it gets, well, when the Dutch side hosts for sure, it's always bigger and better annually.
You know, and I was talking about that recently during all your interviews on TV, on radio as well, and they were trying to compare it, like, and I didn't really actually want to get into it, but I was drawn into it by one of the broadcasters on the radio station, and they asked me, which of the St. Martin's Day celebration had more luster to it? Wasn't it when Mr. The former minister of the Commissioner of Culture was there, Mr. Louis Leves, and they give him a lot of credit for bringing it to where it is today, making the celebration even much more bigger, much more patriotic, and involving the community.
We have to admit the dynamics that are in play now. We have a festival village. So that gives government a place and a platform to put on a show or a celebration of a greater magnitude than before the festival village existed.
Okay.
We now have ministries that are set up with more staff, so as things move along, and of course every year as you garner experience with putting this celebration together, of course it will grow, and that is what we want. We are not on St. Martin's Day. We are not trying to say who was a better commissioner, who organized the festivities better.
It's just, well, it was drawn into that. So the subject came up. It's like you don't know, but you want to give the new minister the opportunity to do and
I
to do a
think they
good
are
job.
both.
And she is doing a great job.
Every elected representative, their objective is to do their best.
And to outdo the others.
Exactly.
And to outdo the other ones.
Exactly.
So we like to say a happy St. Martin's Day to each and everyone out there. Hey, because I know that you're at home, perhaps really enjoying the broadcast at your leisure and things like that, but we would like to invite you over here at Festival Village to come out and take part in the celebrations over here.
There's ample parking on the entire Pondville.
I don't know if there's plenty of traffic jam.
We got here pretty early. There was no one on the road, but there's enough parking. I think people can even carpool. You can instead of everyone driving into town with a vehicle, but do come on out and support your country. This is a holiday. Please don't use it to wash curtains and redecorate the house for Christmas.
You can use it for cooking.
No. Empress Placina, no cooking today. Nobody's cooking today. Everyone
so Gina
is
actually paying a treat today.
No, I didn't say that. If I could, I didn't say that.
Well, we're bringing you live coverage of our St. Martin's Day activities. There's going to be plenty of food over here at Festival Village. So there's plenty of activities for you to enjoy. So you do come out and be a part of the celebrations over here at Festival Village. This is no time actually where you can stay home. There's going to be all kinds of things going on. In the meantime, between time, the ceremonies are continuing, and we would like to now take you at the border in Bellevue on the Union Road there in Colby, where the wreath laying ceremony has already taken place, and we have that video in. So let's go to that video, and there it is with the arrival of the guests, and we see the governor, His Excellency Dr. Eugene Holliday, arriving along with his beautiful wife, shaking hands there with members of the collectivité of French St. Martin. I believe I just had a glimpse there of Mr. Louis Constant, who a senator, I believe, in the collectivity on French St. Martin. The bus is arriving at Union Road in Cold Bay. You know what? As a young boy growing up in Cold Bay area, we were always happy to know that we were having an activity like this taking place over there, because there would be so much cars, there would be so many people, in Cold Bay at that particular time. Because Cold Bay was a little small, sleepy, quiet town, not much going on, but we had the Border Monument just there, and that's where the activities took place, and I always look forward to that, with the parade of the uniformed troops from both sides of the islands, the gendarmes and the police, with the hoisting of the flags. And there was one time or the other, the Dutch military passed over, and the French military in the aircrafts passing over. So it always make me feel very, very special to be there and to be a part of the wreath laying ceremony over in Cold Bay. As I grew older, even covering it during my time working at the radio station, covering this event live, it always gave me that kind of nostalgic and patriotic feeling just to be there, just to see this, because sometimes this would be the only big festive and ceremonial occasion that bring up a lot of people over the Union Road in Cold Bay. And as you see, much has not been changed. If you join our and you tune into our website, www.St. Martin In Retrospect, you would see like way back in 1958 when they used to be seated here. And this is quite beautiful.
Roderick Holly on his horse, beautiful. I love it.
This is quite beautiful. This is quite a change. This is quite something different. You see them coming over there with
that is
their
the
horses.
first means of transportation on the island.
Yes. And here you see the dignitaries lining up now to lay the wreath. The governor, His Excellency, the Prime Minister, Mrs. Sarah Westcott Williams. All this is happening over at the French side, the border monument over there in Coal Bay. The monument represents the friendship shared between the islands, French side and Dutch side, for the past 53, 54 years. We really got it correct, but I think last year we had 53 years celebration of the St. Martin's Day activities between the French side and the Dutch side. So we probably have to get a lot more inquire and get some more inquiry and information with regards to that, as we see here now. And one, like I told you, the tradition is catching on. The ladies wearing, the colorful hats and such like that. There we saw the Minister of Culture, Mrs. Rhoda Arundel there, and the other many dignitaries, the parade of uniformed troops, police officers now marching up to the
Border Monument.
The Border Monument. And I wonder if we could get some song from there, if there's going to be any drum band, because let's see if we can hear anything. So the officers from the Dutch side.
If we could get some audio in here, that would be nice. I would love to comment, but I can't hear anything.
Well, perhaps I think our technicians are taking precautionary measures against any kind of feedback, seeing that we kind of a close by. John, could we get just a small bit of audio there inside? Oh, okay.
The audio isn't good because it's a windy.
All right.
Now I am thinking at this point in time about the Treaty of Concordia.
The Treaty of Concordia.
And its importance to the people of St. Martin, especially in the theme, One Island, One People, One Destiny.
Of French St. Martin, the collectivity of French St. Martin, and Dr. Anders Eugene Holliday laying the first wreath at the Border Monument. That piece of property there given to the governments of both sides by the late Louis Constant, that is the father of Louis Constant Fleming there. And there's a whole lot of information written up there, the 350 years of the discovery of St. Martin, with the celebration and recognition of friendship also between the both sides of the island and of the overseas territory. Laying the wreaths, and I believe now the other wreath will be laid at the Border Monument.
This monument was erected
Now, the president of the collectivity, Mr. Franz comes, and French St. Martin, Prime Minister Mrs. Sarah Westcott Williams, will be laying the next couple of wreaths at the border.
That monument was erected in 1648, and actually the monument was erected in 1948, and so it has been 63 years since that monument is there. And ever since the French and Dutch sides have been celebrating St. Martin's Day, we have been laying wreaths there in commemoration of our unity.
See members of the both governments, Dutch side, French side. Now, picture moment at the French Border Monument about the collectivity of St. Martin. It came into being on the 15th of July, 2007, the new collectivity, encompassing the northern parts of St. Martin Island, the largest of which is Île Tintamarre. St. Martin, for many years, a French commune forming part of Guadeloupe, which is an overseas region of Le Département of France, and is therefore in the European Union. 2003, the population of the French side of the island voted in favor of secession from Guadeloupe in order to form a separate overseas collectivity of France. 2007, in February, the French Parliament passed a bill granting status to both the French part of St. Martin and separately the neighboring St. Barthélemy. The new status took effect once the local assembly was elected on February 15th. Also, a governing accord for a new government for St. Martin, where we obtained our new status, went into effect on October 10, 2010. So there it was, the celebration over there at the Border Monument, and just got me over, just bending over there, the Border Monument over there at the French side of the island this morning, as we continue to bring you live coverage of the St. Martin's Day celebration here on the island of St. Martin. Our history coverage continues here this morning as we depict some of the history of the islands and bring you live coverage of all what's taking place here on the island of St. Martin. Well, this morning and yesterday, you know, we've been experiencing all these power outages and such like that all throughout the islands. And what we would do without electricity today, how hopeless will you get?
I saw something very interesting on television yesterday. They were talking about putting solar panels on landfills and using that energy to produce electricity. It may not be able to power the entire island, but it can seriously reduce the cost.
You know, the reason why I bring this up, right? You know, the reason why I bring this up because I'm thinking, how did the folks do in those days gone by? How did they get along? Just
Better.
here last night, exactly.
Better.
Last night we were here sitting while the power went out as we were preparing, and what we had, people coming in, and Bobby Flan, who's a music teacher at the Orania School, he said to me, hey, boy, you know, I went home and 5 o'clock I start ironing fast, getting my shirt and pants and everything ready because I know maybe at 7 o'clock current would go off. And he said, like, Bob, current gone. Only get to iron half of my shirt, but not the sleeves. And, you know, I'm talking about that because I want to lead into an interview here with Miss Felicita Lewis.
Seems like people need to get back into using a goose.
Speaking of the goose and the gander. So we have an interview with Felicita Lewis. She used to work for the ambulance department, and she grew up here on the island of St. Martin. And she had a lot of history about St. Martin, which she shared with us in an interview at the museum here on Dutch St. Martin. And she showed us like how hard things were because she was the daughter of, or well, the grandchild of a slave here on the island of St. Martin. And she told us all about those times growing up, the information that she got.
But most importantly, and what we want to talk about is how they got along, and the type of things that they used in those days to make life easier. Although for us, we thought life was hard back in those days. So we're gonna go to that interview with Felicita Lewis, where she talk about the goose and the ironing and such like that. Let's go to Miss Lewis here as she tells us about those days growing up on St. Martin with the goose.
Only in white. I remember that they did one of the shows, and they got a small nail. They got a small nail. A lady can have a small nail. These are the girls. You have before and the fire. And you got the cloth, they clean it. And that time the starch was cassava starch. Those would come out shining.
You want to give me a little history on that end? Can you give me a little bit of history on that end? Okay, hold on there.
They soak with the starch so that the starch could go through, so that when you start to iron, and what we had a table that you had to iron on top. Because you had to put it on the coals to get hot. And around, you had to always have a piece of flour bag, because flour bag we used to hold the handle, because all of this whole thing was hot. So you had the flour bag, you hold the handle, and you have another piece to clean the iron, not to dirty the clothes, because if you dirty that piece of clothes, it had to go back in the wash for next week. And you didn't want that, because you don't wash it, because most of the old men, my grandfather wear pure white, that's the dress, because the home clothes was our bag shirt and so, and you had to iron them.
What come first? Which one of the irons came first? This one came first?
This one.
This would have to go in like something hot, or?
A coal pot of coals, fire. It's going on the fire itself, and it's going to get hot. It's 4 of them we had. Because when this cooled down, you had to pick up another one, put this on the fire, and clean it the same way. You had a cloth to hold here, and a cloth to clean this. And then you start, first of all, you're going to try it on something that you don't burn the shirt.
To see if it's too hot or something like that.
To see if it's too hot.
I've seen 3 more irons here on.
And these were after this. This was the goose. This is the goose. You put coals in here.
Okay. That had to take a lot of coals to.
And when the coals, they say, get in, because you turn it to the wind to keep the coals alive. And when the coals, get a lot of ashes and such, and here you're shaking out the ashes. And then you open it to see how much coal you have still alive, then you put in some more coals. And the same way, these was always clean, because when you finish ironing, you had a piece of fat to keep them from rusting.
Okay. I see another one here that...
And this one, is from here, from this one, we had the pump.
This is the pump here.
This is the one.
Get a little picture of the pump.
That's the one with a pump.
The pump.
This one used gasoline.
When you had one of these, which means you was moving up in status?
Yes. You move from this to this and then to this. And then we get the electric one. This had a cord that you put a plug in to put it to the... And then come these sprinklers. You push this down in a bottle of water. You sprinkle the clothes while you're ironing. And these are the electric ones. Until now we got the modern ones with all the fancy things on it to put it when it's warm and when it's hot and when not now. So that's the ironing part of from when I was growing up to now.
morning as you join us for St. Maarten In Retrospect. Hey, folks, we're live, so if you see any blips and things like that, well, we do apologize for some of the technical difficulties. But we thank you for joining us here on St. Maarten Cable TV, and of course, to bring you highlights of the St. Martin's Day celebration as it takes place here at the Festival Village. And of course, our invitation goes out to each and every one to come out at Festival Village and join us here and be a part of the St. Martin's Day celebration. I'd like to extend our best wishes to all those arriving on St. Martin from the Princess Juliana International Airport over there and in Maho area, in Simpson Bay. So if you're just arriving and you're seeing us there live on your screen, say good morning and a happy St. Martin's Day to each and every one of you over there at the Princess Juliana International Airport. And we've been joined now by another special guest here with us in our studios this morning, and he has quite a testimony to share with us here on our program this morning. And if you've been following our program on St. Maarten Cable TV for the past years, he was also one of our special guests at one of our live broadcasts that we had at the Cultural Center. And I believe that was about last year. We'd like to welcome Mr. Francel Riemann to our studios here with us this morning. Happy St. Martin's Day to you, Mr. Francel.
Thank you to all the radio listeners.
Television
listeners. Happy St. Martin's Day. And this is a day that really that the Lord keep us to enjoy and be glad in it. Unfortunately, there is some of us here on the island that is not with us today to celebrate the day, and for those that are not, they will remain always in our prayers. For me to be here today and talk about the testimony of my life, about 5 months ago, nobody didn't know what happened to me. I got a stroke, and I couldn't walk, I couldn't talk, and I couldn't write my own name. And it was frustrated to me because when I was in the hospital, I still didn't know what happened. And one day I say, you know what, I want to go home. So when I was home, I opened the Bible and just opened the Bible, and I find the scripture that says, rise and walk again. And I believe that God make me open that book that day to see that word, because I hang on to that word that I will rise and I will walk again. And I keep saying that word every day, even though I couldn't walk. And by doing therapy and do swimming and have your own gym home, and I've been working till now, and I thank God for walk again. But the main problem is that I couldn't write and I couldn't talk. And
because Francel, not to interrupt you, because Francel, you were very active in the community. You were a person who were always you were on stage. You were here on our program a couple of years ago as well.
Yes, I was busy with my foundation. It's called Welcome Home Foundation, and I was so busy. We was organizing a gospel concert, and about a week before that, then I got sick. A week before the concert, I got sick. But I told my mom and my members, even though I couldn't talk so much, the show have to go on.
But okay, and that didn't stop you from doing what you have to do, because I've understood that you still are very active with your community involvement, and especially with producing a new CD.
Yeah, it's gonna be next year. thanks to the Lord, because when I couldn't talk and walk, the first thing I said to my mom, I say, Lord, you know what? I always sing for you. I always write my songs for you, because I write my own songs. Why me?
Why not you?
Why not me? And tell the truth, in 2 weeks' time, he make me write again, and he make me talk again.
Okay.
And I was
So you figured out why you?
I figured out why me. I asked him why me, but I got an
Figured
answer.
out why he considered you?
Why I consider you, but right away I got an answer right away that he knows me before I born. You know everything about me, so I could not.
Well,
long suffering is a fruit of the Spirit. I can tell you from personal experience. I'm in it right now. The first question you always ask yourself is why me? But the best answer is why not you? Because if you were chosen to go through it, it's because he knew you would be faithful until the end. And I'm happy to see that you are a living testimony of the faithfulness, the power, and the truth of the Word of God. You are living proof that His Word is yea and amen. So I give Him thanks and praise for you, because you are here talking, walking, you can write, you can make His praise glorious again. And next year, when the French side is hosting, you will entertain St. Martin again in the name of the Lord.
In the name of the Lord.
And Franco, you know, when I was growing up, my mom, who was quite actively involved in church, in services and such like that, always used to say to me, God works in mysterious ways. So when you open that Bible and you open up right on the scriptures for rise and walk again, that was telling you, and that was testament to me that you know that God works in mysterious ways. So we want to wish you all the best on this St. Martin's Day. We're looking forward to you being back on the program again, singing for us, singing for the nation, singing for St. Martin. So happy St. Martin's Day to you. All the best. Any final words? We would like to give you the opportunity to say something.
Yes, I encourage people that God is there for you. He is waiting for you to speak to Him, because He always say He will never leave you and He will never forsake us. So, in Jesus' name, let we rejoice and be glad, and let we look for the Lord, because He is our Savior. He can help us only if we want to. He can give us only if we want to. So,
Okay, we know this is a hard time for you, Franco. Thank you for joining us here today. Like I say, we want to wish you all the best, and we're looking forward to seeing you out there a lot, and maybe cooking some of that soup you used to bring for me on the baseball field while I do my live broadcast. All the best to you, Franco. This is St. Martin in Retrospect. We're coming to you here live from Festival Village, and as you know, we always have to involve the Lord God Jesus Christ in everything that we do, and make sure that He's always in the forefront. So as we continue with our live broadcast here this morning, we would like to perhaps go to other things that is happening here on the island of St. Martin. We've understood that, well, our drum band is presently marching all through the streets of Phillipsburg, St. Martin. Not only the drum band, but we've also understood that a number of uniformed troops are actually gathering on the streets of St. Martin. So here they are. It's a uniform parade, I believe, which is gathered down over at the Long Wall Road. I believe this is the fire department, which is presently lining up to walk up to Front Street. And if we can have some audio on that, perhaps we will just join that event, that ceremony actually taking place there right now.
Not this one.
The camera is set up. There's no audio. You have to talk over it. This is not here yet. It's the same. Here. I think this is roommates. I think that's the uniform. It's a drop band outside. Yeah. But this is not. So from this we go straight to drop band. Which is right. No, we gotta go straight because otherwise we miss it. To talk over what they're showing.
You're watching the parade of troops that started on the Long Wall Road. Thank you again for joining us. St. Maarten in Retrospect 2011, One Island, One People, One Destiny. You're looking at the police officers of Dutch St. Maarten and French St. Maarten. Previously, you saw the Pathfinders, the Scouts, and here at the Festival Village in Phillipsburg, we are getting ready to show you live footage of the drum band under the leadership of Hugh Dumoy. So we're showing you live footage of the uniform parade that took place this morning from the Long Wall Road. And we are getting ready to show you the rendition from the drum band under the leadership of Yume Drumoy that is happening right here at the Festival Village in Phillipsburg. Generation New Status.
Pick up a song because I ain't gonna get the song. You just become a mic. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. You want me a mic? Just leave it.
the festival village. The dignitary celebration of the St. Martin's Day activities begins to warm up here. Generation New Status, kind of in brand new uniforms as well. Quite
I love their headpieces. Really look
proper for the occasion.
Yes.
Generation
just started their second edition here at the Festival Village. People, this would be a great time to start making your way into Phillipsburg from here on. Well, actually from the onset. The organizing committee has been pretty much keeping on schedule. So I would recommend that you get the family together and head on down to Phillipsburg to the Festival Village. There you have Generation New Status performing live at the Festival Village. That is the first live event being held at the Festival Village for today, and really an awesome way to start off the festival. Once the dignitaries arrive, it's 10:27. We have about 34 minutes to the confetti display. So you wouldn't want to miss that. Get in your car, put your seatbelts on, and make your way to Phillipsburg. I believe that they're going to march into the Festival Village as well. That's what they've done on previous year's celebration. They paraded around the Festival Village. And hopefully we can bring that live to you.
That would definitely be one of the first things that you would see here, decorating the whole night. Badge of honor now, the police officers getting ready to march their way into the village, and I believe that's going to be, they'll be marching around into the village.
Yes, so the uniform parade is led by the police officers.
Well, at this particular time, we can't see like a whole uniform parade, because right now I just see like some of the police officers, and we having some other scenes showing there with Minister of Culture having a little candid discussion with the president of the collectivity of French St. Martin Franciscans, and other dignitaries gathered in the VIP lounge, where they will be having lunch later on this evening, today. And I wonder what exactly the lunch special would be over there today. Well, it's got to be something good.
Something local, hopefully.
Well, something local, hopefully. And I hope that would be the case.
Maybe some saltfish akra to start. Some nice Creole fish.
That would be nice.
Avocado, if it's in season still. Plantain on the side.
There's plenty of avocado around lately. You've been seeing that a lot.
Avocado is something that when it's in season, it's plentiful, and then you don't see it anymore.
And there's a good friend, Mr. Ralph Richardson, Mr. Van Dyke, Ms. Patricia Phillips of the Ombuds Department.
There you have our police officers marching in the Festival Village.
Maybe we could perhaps get some song, or can we hear that? Please put up the TV a little bit more for us.
We left drums up there.
The St. Martin Festival Village, where the celebrations are being held to commemorate the second year of St. Martin's Day under our new status, country St. Martin. Come out and show your patriotism. Make today a great day. Tomorrow's Saturday. You don't have to work tomorrow. So let's use the holiday to show our love and gratitude to our country.
Festival Village, where the activities of the St. Martin's Day celebrations taking place. In a few moments, the dignitaries and from both French and Dutch side will be delivering the official speeches, traditional part of the St. Martin's Day celebration, and hopefully we'll be hearing the message from Prime Minister of St. Martin, Mrs. Sarah Westcott Williams, also from the President of the French Collectivité.
There you have the Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinder.
They always taking part in all the celebrations. Quite an outstanding.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our men and women in uniform, the police force of St. Martin. We'll do a short demonstration.
The officers, as they
Actually, our celebration of St. Martin's Day 2011 uniforms are being presented to you right now, followed now by the VKS.
The VKS are coming up now. So the procession is not, everyone is not marching simultaneously. They're going one at a time.
like you say,
Everyone
one at a
is,
time.
every organization is being represented one at a time, which is nice. You get to appreciate and see what they're doing.
We will continue to bring you live coverage of the celebrations taking place here at Festival Village. In the meantime, between time, like we say, we're standing by to bring you the official speeches by the dignitaries of both French and Dutch St. Martin. So we'll use this opportunity perhaps to take a word from our sponsors, and we'll be right back right after this. Stay with us.
St. Martin in Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Booney.
I shop for free, eat for free, and fly for free. Are you a celebrity? No, but I get fuel for free, clothes for free, even jewelry. Are you a wizard of some kind? No, I just saved a lot of fun miles. Fun miles.
Save and redeem them at your favorite companies and enjoy a lot of fun stuff for free.
Fun miles, fun within your reach.
Bar and Restaurant is open 7 days a week for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Sunday's fabulous barbecues from 12 to 3 with steel pan music. Nightly dinner specials are offered from 6:30 to 10:30. The Cabana Beach Bar is located in the Royal Palm Hotel. Karaoke is every Tuesday evening. For a delicious meal at a beautiful location, call 544-4583.
Hush now, child, and don't cry. Your folks might understand you by and by. Just move on up toward your destination. Though you may find from time to time complications.
Fathom. Live.
Licoma Construction Envy. For your construction work that's ready in 1, 2, 3, it's Licoma. Leeward Islands Construction Company. Whatever it may be, a commercial building or a cozy little home, Licoma will handle it from a cornerstone and bet your last block your building will be solid as a rock. Licoma, Leeward Islands Construction Company. Call us at 5437168. Licoma, we get the job done.
You're not gonna eat? Oh, I'm not that hungry. Just a little bit. Those wings? I'll take one. Oops, I got two. Is that shrimp? Just a little dip. Oh.
Don't know what else to do to save money? At Scotiabank, you can get a personalized savings plan that takes into account your income and spending, so you can save easily and regularly.
Tonight, I'm treating.
Come see how we can make a difference. Scotiabank. Life, money, balance both.
We wanted a low-emission car that is fun, just like the new Swift. I'm a fan.
I'm into design and style. The new Swift with love at first sight. I'm a fan.
For me, it's all about being sporty. The new Swift is as close as it gets. I'm a fan. To me, music is everything. It always keeps me going. Just like my new Swift. I'm a fan.
You're watching St. Martin in Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Booney.
Welcome back to St. Martin in Retrospect. I'm here with a special reporter for the day, Miss Kristen Sorton. She has been assisting us with the production of St. Martin in Retrospect for 2011. She is a native of St. Martin, the daughter of Boyston Sorton. And she indicated her interest in being a reporter for today. So she has been in the field with our Wendell Moore, and she's going to tell us now what her experience has been like, and she's going to encourage you to come on down to the Festival Village based on what she's seen thus far. Kristen?
Thank you, Gina. Well, so far, I really like what the festivities have been going off. I first started at the Rao Village with the Roadrunners and the relay race, and I really like the anticipation from all the runners, because they're all excited. They have their glitter and everything on, and all of the runners are all going towards one goal. But it's not just to win; it's to have fun, and I really like that energy coming off from it. And then from there, I was placed by Long Wall Road where the troops for the uniformed troops parade were lined up, and that was really nice to see, because the first time I was actually there to see the parade, and you had all of the marchers from the VKS, the police department, the fire department, and then you had the Boys and Girls Brigade. So you had the Pathfinders and the Seventh-day Adventists, and that was really cool to watch as well. And they all march with this seriousness and just stoutness, and it was really cool to watch as they were coming up Front Street as well. And one of the troops, they had their artillery. They were doing the twirling of the guns, and they had it go off. They shot the guns off, which was a shock to me, because I was like, oh wow. But it was really nice to see at the same time. So I really enjoyed that part, and now I'm back here.
That was the VKS. They're doing it right now.
Right, exactly.
So, and what about the Festival Village? What is your take on the Festival Village? The decorations, the schedule. What do you think so far? How is it going?
I think it's going pretty great. It's just now. It's just a moment ago that the troops came in to the Carnival Village, the Festival Village, and now before there wasn't much of a crowd, but now I see that a lot of people are piling up now, and I do encourage you to come out, because it looks like there are a lot of nice acts. You have the Shabbat drumming students. They are outside playing as well, and I think there will be other performances going on as well, and you should come out and see it, because I'm excited now that I'm here.
Yes.
I can see it.
At 11:11 this morning, there's going to be a confetti display, and I think that everyone should try to get out here with the children, especially the small ones. Mincha, get the grandbabies out. Klasina, come out with Jashanti. Sabrina, you bring Kair. Everyone, get the kids out, get them in their colors, and bring them down to the Festival Village so that they can be a part of the celebration of their country's day. Kristen, what are you going to do next?
I'm most probably going to go into the village and talk to people, interview them, ask how their day is going, if they like it.
And we have some giveaways as well that you're going to be assisting with, correct?
Yeah,
the bags
as well.
From the Princess Juliana International Airport. We have tickets from Winair. So it's going to be a pretty interesting day. There's a lot to be had if you come out and you participate.
Yes, you have to come out and participate, and you're going to be sad if you miss it, because it looks like a lot of fun.
Because if someone tells you how easy it was for them to get it, then you'll be mad at yourself.
Yeah.
So happy St. Martin's Day, Kristen.
Happy St. Martin's Day to you too.
I hope someday that you will be hosting this show, because it's not my intention to be here with a walking stick.
I do.
So thank you so much for showing interest in this very interesting field. Thank you for taking on the challenge. This is for your country, and it's also for your personal edification. So thank you again. Enjoy the festivities, and I look forward to it escalating in fun up until 2 o'clock.
Yes.
So St. Martin, Kristen Sorton, our first-time reporter here on St. Martin in Retrospect, doing a great job. She has the right spirit. And we thank you again for tuning in. Outside, we had the VKS, who just paraded inside the Festival Village. And they were preceded by the police officers. And as the uniformed troops come in, we will bring them to you live. Once again, I'm Gina Bruni, co-hosting with Elton Richardson, and sitting next to me is Kristen Sorton, who is working with Wendell Moore and Franklin Wilson, Junior Flanders in the field, bringing you St. Martin's Day 2011. The delegates have arrived to the Festival Village. They're seated in the VIP section, and we are getting ready for speeches as well. I can hear from the commentator on the outside that the uniformed troops are still parading inside the Festival Village. The VKS has just ended their march. And we're awaiting the, I believe it will be the Pathfinders who are coming in next. You're looking at the Prime Minister of St. Martin, Mrs. Sarah Westcott Williams, adorned beautifully in her St. Martin colors. The President of Parliament, Gracita Arundel. The President of the French Collectivité, Mr. Franz Gams. The Minister of Culture, Ms. Rhoda Arundel. All seated and I believe waiting to give their St. Martin's Day speeches. St. Martin in Retrospect. This is a live broadcast, and we're trying to bring to you the events as they happen. And while we wait to start and the marching to continue, we're going to do a break and thank our sponsors for making. Stay with us.
You're watching St. Martin in Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Bruni.
You're not gonna eat? You know, I'm not that hungry. Just a little bit. Those wings? I'll take one. Oops, I got two. Is that shrimp? Just a little dip. Oh.
Don't know what else to do to save money? At Scotiabank, you can get a personalized savings plan that takes into account your income and spending, so you can save easily and regularly.
Tonight, I'm treating.
Come see how we can make a difference. Scotiabank. Life, money, balance both.
For all your insurance needs, come to Gulf Insurance Limited. Gulf Insurance Limited offers all classes of general insurance, like home owner's insurance, commercial insurance, personal and liability insurance. Gulf Insurance Limited, with over 70 years of insurance experience and know-how. Gulf means business. Gulf Insurance Limited is located on the Bush Road, number 22, in the Daily Herald building. Visit or call them today at 542-5206 or email gulfsxm@gulfinsurancelimited.com. Gulf Insurance Limited, for all your insurance needs. Gulf means insurance you can trust. Travel Planners, an award-winning agency on St. Martin with a well-trained, knowledgeable and friendly staff dedicated to making your travel arrangements hassle-free. We can book your airline, car, cruise and hotel reservations to anywhere in the world. Visit our offices or log on to our website and take advantage of our special packages to the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico. Travel Planners, voted best travel agency on St. Martin.
Whatever your dreams are, with personal loans and mortgages can finance your wishes. We offer loans for mortgages, home remodeling, home appliances, vehicles, generators, hurricane shutters, weddings, education, and much more. Visit your preferred branch or WIB Personal Loans and Mortgages located at Prime Plaza, Bush Road, or call 542-2313. The Windward Islands Bank Limited, your partner in progress.
Builder's Paradise on the Welgelegen Road in Cahill now has in stock complete new kitchens and kitchen supplies. Check out our special ordered windows and doors. We also carry a large assortment of lumber, plywood, drywall, paints, bathroom fixtures, and much more at low prices to beat the economic crisis. Our friendly and professional staff will be more than glad to assist you. Yes, at Builder's Paradise, we strive to meet all your building needs. And oh yes, we still offer free delivery.
Services. Contact Tuit Accounting Services. Tuit Accounting is a certified public accountant specializing in accounting services, tax consulting, financial statements, interim reports, tax planning and advice, and payroll preparations. Tuit Accounting Services is located on the Corralita Road, number 33. Telephone 542-1665 or 553-0076. Tuit Accounting Firm for all your accounting services.
If standing in line at Telem drives you crazy, Telem offers a drop-off facility. Just drop your check off. Or use the internet banking system of RBTT and Windward Islands Bank. Or you can make a standing order via the bank. And don't wait until the last day to do your business.
You're watching St. Maarten in Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Booney.
Welcome back to St. Maarten in Retrospect. Thank you for joining us. We know that you could be watching CNN and you're tuned in to Channel 15, cable TV, who we would like to thank for assisting us with this broadcast for the past 12 years. In addition, we would like to make note of the fact that the crowd is getting larger here at the Festival Village, which means people are taking part in the festivities, and we urge you to make your way to Phillipsburg. We had the police march in the Festival Village, the VKS, the Pathfinders just marched. They were preceded by the Generation New Status that did a beautiful drum rendition, and we are now waiting on the leaders of both sides of the island to give their speeches.
Well, what they're actually doing is like the uniform parade troops are coming in individually into the village, so everybody is taking their individual turn to come and march. That march is taking them just in dignity, and the troops, like we say, are coming in individually. They're not coming in large groups like were accustomed of seeing. But I believe the reason for that is everybody would get their own time in the spotlight to show off or to show their foundations and such like that. So I think this would be going on for some time. I believe behind schedule as a matter of because if they want to plan the confetti display go as planned at 11 minutes after 11 o'clock on the 11th month of the 11th day of the 11th year. We hold a speech. So we'll have to wait and stand by and see.
This group, Elton, is from French Quarter?
Well, if that's a question, they'll...
This seems to me like the group that always comes from the French side.
Mm-hmm. Because it looked like the fire department to me. Yes, it's the logo of the... marching in front of the taking place over here at the village with the uniformed troops parading here in a gathering here at the festival village. The booths are now open. Food is ready. A number of people already preparing, with some of the other dignitaries gathering in the VIP lounge. And I wonder how many troops that we actually really have today taking part in the live parade. But this is not like what we were accustomed to. But this year, to march for the number of people watching. And not only St. Maarten is watching, I believe people in the Netherlands also watching. We'd like to say pleasant good afternoon, good day, goedenavond to the folks over in Holland watching our broadcast, and also to the folks over there in Denmark who has definitely tuned in. Abadu, welkom. As we would say a little bit of Danish there to some of our Danish friends. And bienvenido, hola in Spain to our friends over there also in Spain, Gelda and Trevor. Sure that also you're watching. And we've understood that we also somewhere also in the United Kingdom, folks are tuning in on the World Wide Web and letting us know that, well, they're watching in the celebrations of St. Maarten Day taking place over here. Well, we hope that you would make St. Maarten one of your vacation stops or vacation destination in the very near future. And those of you who have traveled here before, gone back, and, well, we'd like to have you back one more time again here on this beautiful island, so you can soak up the sea, sun, and sand. When you enjoy people of Maarten, known for the friendly island. Slogan for St. Maarten, I believe, well, the friendly island, Sunshine City would always stick in my mind. St. Maarten.
So what are we going to become?
Well, you know, with new status, new country, all kinds of new ideas coming up, and so I guess that's one of the things that they actually will be looking forward to, because we've gone from, I remember we used to have Sunshine City, St. Maarten Sunshine City, the radio station used to push that a lot. One time it used to be on our number plates of our cars, St. Maarten, the Friendly Island, and we are the Friendly Island. We were always known to be the Friendly Island, very calm, timid, and warm people of St. Maarten. So, well, that would all left to be seen, what kind of changes, if we will have any changes, and to that effect for a new slogan for St. Maarten, because, hey, let's face it, sometimes every business wants to take on a new slogan to move their business forward, or such like that. Tell net, tell sell when you want more. So, yeah, and then we used to have Winair. And Winair used to also have a slogan. Now they're saying 50 years of, safe service or something to that nature. So, yeah, so that's exactly what will be taking place, and we don't know, well, how soon, if that will come into effect, if we would remain with the friendly island of St. Maarten. I do hope that they could remain with the friendly island of St. Maarten, because that's what
I hope so too, because that's what we need to be.
The friendly island of St. Maarten. We are friendly people, so don't take it the wrong way. And, St. Maarten, we have so many different cultures living here on the island of St. Maarten.
What about that, a lot of European, a little Caribbean.
That's another slogan.
I
that
like
we
that
used
too
at
because
one
it's
time
so
or the other.
true.
Yes.
It's so true. You go through to Marigot and it's a different atmosphere. You drive through French cul-de-sac and you still feel like it's the 70s. You know, so St. Martin does have unique experiences for its size.
St. Martin, a little European, a whole lot of Caribbean. So there we are. St. Martin celebration of, and the VKS now making their way here at the and the VKS, the volunteer corps of St. Martin. And standing by to make the official speeches. We're bringing it to you here live through the fine courtesy of many of our sponsors who in one way or the other have made our live broadcasts possible. They are Telcel, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Fun Miles, Fartham Insurances, Sol Group, FW Vaughn and Sons Golf Insurance, BBW, Chamber of Commerce, Motor World, Nagico, Power Aid Travel Planners, the Bank of Nova Scotia, Builders Paradise, Truett Accounting, Cabana Beach Bar, and Windward Islands Airways, Fartham, the First Caribbean International Bank, Banco de Caribe, and Nature's Discount, the Windward Islands Bank, the St. Martin have a group of companies, Gulf Insurance, who is also one of our sponsors of our live broadcast, and our individual sponsors, for instance, like Lydia's Flower Shop over there on the cul-de-sac road there. Lydia's Flower Shop, where you can find flowers for all occasion, and you can check them out. And of course, our friends over there at Quick Ideas, where you'll find everything for the comfort of your home, provided us with the nice, beautiful furnitures that we have. And of course, our backdrop, which was done by Trax Design over there in Colby. So we'd like to say thank you to all those sponsors who, in one way or the other, contributed in making our live broadcast possible here this morning. As you see, we're standing by to bring you more live coverage of what's happening over here at Festival Village. We've just had the parade of the uniformed troops here at in the village. As you can see now, the VKS marching and here at the village, and we do and we'll have more of the day's activities here on St. Martin Cable TV, who, also is one of our sponsors, and that also includes the Ministry of the Department of Culture. And later on today, Tanny and the boys, who will be also celebrating a milestone in our community, will also be performing here live at the village, and some of the activities planned for today, which will include the boat race at Great Bay and Simpson Bay. I believe they would be going from Great Bay to Simpson Bay and back to Great Bay. So those folks who love boat race, most definitely, the boat race will be taking place. Yes, taking place at 12 p.m.
But what class?
This afternoon.
What class boats though?
Well, I
makes a difference.
Yeah, well, I know it do make a difference, but that information is not readily available. But I know when I spoke to Bobetui, Mr. Bobetui said he would have 2 classes. So we will expect
Have
the
they
small
invited
boat
the
and
Anguillians? Because
Anguilla is
without the
coming
Anguillians,
over.
there's no boat race.
No, you can't say that. We local boys have boats that definitely, when we go over there, they just say, without St. Martin, we don't have any boat race as well. So St. Martin, and especially Grand Cross, is very well represented when it comes to, boats and etc. like that. Simpson Bay is still also continuing the tradition, because when they do have the boat race taking place locally in Grand Cars, the boys in from Simpson Bay go up there and take part in the boat race, and they race from here to, I believe, one of the small islands, and sometimes they even go to Angola. So those things happens really. And we have to say without, because each one, without me, there's no you. So,
Okay.
So
Elton.
They go hand in hand, and we both need each other, because definitely those boys are still building our boats in Grand Cars, and they're still keeping our tradition alive. Otherwise, they wouldn't send out a whole lot of invitation all the time and say, hey, we have boat race this weekend. You live in Angola, and I know there's and there's a whole lot of activities taking place over there.
Well, boat racing is Angola's main tradition. So it's something that they do well, and it's something that they are very good at. They promote it. The businesses are very, very much involved in it. It's an expensive sport, yet it's well supported. And that is something that I would like to see on St. Martin, you know, with the exception of the Heineken Regatta and our festivals, our carnival celebrations. I would like to see the businesses, you know, invest in keeping our culture alive, whether it's bicycle racing,
I think our businesses
running,
should always
sailing,
be involved in
baseball,
the infrastructure,
softball,
the cultural development of St. Martin. You're not only here to make business out of St. Martin, but you're also here to contribute to the island of St. Martin. We just saw the Pathfinders. There they are once again as well. The switches go back and forth there with us. The Pathfinders of St. Martin now marching here at the village. Quite a nostalgic feeling and quite a celebration actually taking place here. These folks have been practicing and rehearsing for a number of days. When you pass by there on the Sager's Gut, you can hear them practicing, you can see them practicing for this occasion. Some of the youngsters, some of the young people always look forward to this day, November 11th celebration, where they could come out and, you know, show their skills and be a part of the whole celebration. And it gives them that kind of patriotic, you know, feeling, that kind of, you know, feeling that I belong to this community and I should be able, and I would love to be a part of all these celebrations that is actually taking place. So,
Elton, I can remember, if it was not last year, the year before, there was a swimming school in Colby. Does it still exist?
Of course, that's the Carib Swimming School still exists. I don't think it would go anywhere. A number of young children still go over there and swim. Some, you tell me not to mention older folks, but older folks also go over
mature,
there.
Mature.
And
let's
do
say it like
their
Erno
exercise.
Labega Jr. says it. Mature.
Okay, mature. So here we have the Pathfinders once again having fun as they march here in front of our Prime Minister,
the
President of Parliament, looking on from on the stage, and the other dignitaries over at the VIP lounge, probably getting ready for a nice guavaberry liqueur, perhaps, or something of that nature. There they are, and marching in front of the stage there, where a number of international artists come down and take part in grace and
so,
entertain
Elton,
St. Martin.
did you attend the Kaiso show last night?
Couldn't have, not to wake up for 6 o'clock this morning.
It's not possible.
We were here hoping that the electricity would come back on. Shame that something like that happened. Didn't have to happen, especially in times and in days like this. But yeah, you know. So that exactly, we were waiting till about 7, 8 o'clock. Electricity didn't come back as yet.
Ruby
so
said that the show ended at 3 a.m. and it turned out to be an awesome show.
Just imagine if it had started
but
on
the
time.
artists on the lineup, I don't see how it could have been anything else but an awesome show.
Well, the Mighty Dow, you know.
What about Genius? Did he sing his song from beginning to end?
Genius always sing his songs from beginning to end.
Okay, good.
Most definitely. Hello, Genius is strong.
And the repeater?
Match. I don't know who all was on the show, but I just couldn't stay to watch. But I know when I look at the lineup and I saw the interviews on television, I know, well, it was going to be like one of those, you know, fantastic shows. I don't know. I don't want to say, well, it was taken from off or like Ram and Jam had his little Ram and Jam glow party over at Festival Village. So he had all the Californians come and perform. So I just imagine we'll have him here on stage where you have proper sound system, good sound system, how that would have come off and how that would have come over
a
for
nice
the
blend
public
of
of
the
the island
classics.
of St. Martin. So
It was a Legends Night.
It was a Legends Night, and I showed the crowd who came out last night and braved the darkness and say, well, what else to do? You couldn't stay home with no electricity, so you just had to come here at the village and wait it out, be patient. And I'm sure those who stayed here until 3 o'clock in the morning enjoyed the night, enjoyed the
And
morning
that was
as
the
well.
intention. AVS production.
It was an AVS production along with a string band production. This was something, they used to keep it down at the end of the street on the back street.
Close to Paper Garden.
Close to Paper Garden. They used to have even the bicycle race and the wheelbarrow race and everything like that. They used to have all that over there for those past couple of days, and used to have a lot of people down there till late in the night. So I guess, last night would have been no different.
Wonderful.
So here we are as we're continuing our live broadcast of the St. Martin's Day celebration. Lots of activities planned for today. Old-time games, kite flying at the Little League Baseball Stadium, which will be taking place at about 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Which is right next door, so you don't even have to move your car.
And we have the Ebony Steel Orchestra, who also will be performing later here this afternoon. And the presentation of and tributes and thanks to the general public by the Honorable Minister. Doesn't say which Honorable Minister, but I believe that would be the Minister Rhoda Arundel, the Minister of Culture, and a whole lot of other activities planned for the day until about 12 midnight, and where we will have a fireworks show. And the St. Martin Day celebration activities, I believe, also continues on November 13th. Wow. With the St. Martin Trails Hike Club Walkathon, which will be organizing something at Festival Village and bicycle race at 3 o'clock. And this will be on November 13th. So the celebration
all the way
will
down to
continue
Sunday.
all the way down to Sunday.
Wonderful.
So in the meantime, between time, we're standing by to bring you the speeches by the various dignitaries that will be taking place. Our MC outside is Mr. Cedric Peterson, and we'll be joining him momentarily. What we would like to do is perhaps maybe join the ministers when they're actually going to make their speech. But
St. Martin's Day 2011. It's truly a unique day as it relates to the numerology. 11, 11, 11. Historical, as this is the first St. Martin's Day being celebrated on the southern side of our proud new country, St. Martin, as we've taken our place as an autonomous country within the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And of course, truly unique that we celebrated together as one island, one people, with one destiny. At this time, the leaders representing the governments of both sides of the island will address you. I now invite our first speaker. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, our Minister of Culture, Dr. Rhoda Arundel.
His Excellency, Dr. Anders Eugene Holliday, Honorable President of Parliament, Mrs. Gracita Arundel, Mr. I don't normally choke up for words, but Honorable Senator Louis Constant Fleming, Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Sarah Westcott Williams, and Honorable Monsieur le Président, Franz Gomes. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, members of the media, good morning. I stand here before you as your humble servant, as the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports. And people who know me know that I don't often choke for words, but I am truly humbled by your enthusiasm, by your participation, by your engagement in St. Martin Day. And I have a prepared speech, but I want to, before I get into that, say that I didn't know what to expect, because people have been talking about how we've lost a lot of things. And from the very beginning this week, we said we would have a 1-week celebration. And from the very beginning, when the week started with the Little St. Martin Day pageant, it was to see how the children, the St. Martin community, got involved. Something is wrong here, right? We can't blame this on GB. But anyway, when we started this discussion about how to host this St. Martin Day celebration in July, we wanted to make it a memorable one. We wanted to make it something that you would always remember. And in going over how to choose a theme, etc., one of the things that I emphasized is what would the originators of the day be thinking today if they were here with us? And so it is in the spirit of the founders, Dr. Albert Wati and Mayor Hubert Petit, that we organized this St. Martin Day, and we came up with the theme, One Island, One People, One Destiny. Because we believe that there is no other day on the calendar on which St. Martiners from both sides of our island can meet in a festive celebration of our unity as a people and as a nation that is on the march towards its rendezvous with history. Our history teaches us very clearly that we have survived as a people, as a St. Martin people, because we never believed in any artificial divisions of our island. Our blood ties, our familyhood, show that we have never embraced the ideas that sought to divide us, that sought to drive a wedge between the people of Great Bay and Marigot, from Grand Cause to Simpson Bay, Dutch Quarter to Freetown, and to Cold Bay. This island and its people have always and will always remain one. That is why this theme for me is so important, because it sums up our feelings about our island. It emphasizes that way beyond any administrative division, we way above our plurality of our origins, and far beyond any attempt to partition our minds, we are still one island, one people, indivisible before God and man, with one destiny. As the saying goes, the gale does not stop at the frontier. And for centuries, we in St. Martin have lived together, worked together, we've cried together, we've held jollifications together. We have developed a spirit of inventiveness which allows us to turn our adversity into opportunity. We are a proud, resilient, hardworking, God-fearing, and friendly people who do not like being taken advantage of, or taking advantage of others either, who may not be as privileged as we are. We are a borderless people who know that no frontiers, other than the contours of our God-given talents, can hold us back. That is who we are at heart, and that is the essence that we are here to celebrate today, November 11th. Our unity, our oneness, our togetherness, our eternal family bonds, not our administrative separation. That's not what we are celebrating today. We should reaffirm that unity, in my mind, that oneness, that togetherness, and those family ties every day of our lives. But I think more importantly, today, November 11th, we should be reminded of our unity as a people. God bless our beloved island, St. Martin. Happy St. Martin Day to one and all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Culture, Dr. Rhoda Arundel, for addressing us this morning. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to please help me in welcoming our first female chairlady of Parliament of Country St. Martin. Please welcome Dr. Anders Grisita Arundel.
Thank you. morning. I want to first take this opportunity to thank the government of St. Maarten, in particular the Minister of Culture, Dr. Rhoda Arundel, for a superb job done in organizing this 11th of the 11th of the year 2011 exciting St. Martin's Day. Congratulations. Also, congratulations to everyone who has made and is making this St. Martin Day a St. Martin Day to remember for a very long, long, long time. A heartfelt congratulations to the children of the country, the students who participated in the parades, the students of the different schools, but in particular, the students of the St. Martin Academy, who gave a wonderful presentation to the Minister of Culture and to the other dignitaries who were there yesterday. You have made us all proud. You have all given us hope. You are the future. You are bright. You are the bright future. You are the future of this country, sweet St. Martin's land. Fellow St. Martiners, citizens, visitors to our lovely island, happy St. Martin's Day. On behalf of the Parliament of Country St. Martin, we are very excited to share this historic moment with you. Today, November the 11th, 2011, our people again are poised to jointly commemorate the signing of the Treaty of Concordia, the treaty between two sovereign nations, France and the Netherlands. We must elevate this yearly ritual to a more meaningful level of commemoration and nation building. Madame Prime Minister, Monsieur le Président, Madame Minister, and by the way, Madame Prime Minister, you look lovely in your St. Martin traditional dress. Fraternité, égalité et liberté. One island, one people, one destiny can only be realized if we have one single common sense of allegiance towards this island we call home. To put it differently, we must pledge our loyalty, commitment, faithfulness, and duty towards this great diamond in the Caribbean called St. Martin. One flag, one St. Martin flag, above all flags, on buses, on cars, on homes, on our businesses, one flag, allegiance towards one national identity, allegiance towards one unselfish love for country St. Martin, allegiance towards the past for what our forefathers toiled for, allegiance towards the present as we continue our efforts to have a better quality of life for all our people, for all our children, allegiance towards leaving behind a solid governmental structure based on the rule of law for the future generations of our sweet St. Martin land. Whatever our personal differences, whatever our personal circumstances, whatever our personal conditions, we are truly masters of our own destiny. Ralph Waldo Emerson, a great American poet, said, "What lies behind us, what lies before us, are tiny matters compared to what lies in us, inside of us." 363 years in the making. I pledge my allegiance to my country, St. Martin, and I hope you do too. On behalf of Parliament, of this, your country, St. Martin, I wish all of our people, from north and south, as well as those abroad, a happy, peaceful, safe St. Martin's Day. May God continue to bless this nation. May God continue to bless our people. I love you. God bless you. Happy St. Martin's Day.
Thank you very much, Madam President of Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, of course you know our theme, one people, one island, one destiny. And together we have to work. And of course that togetherness starts with our friends, family, and long cultural tie to our neighbors to the north. Here to present to you, make an address, ladies and gentlemen, the representatives of the French collectivité, please welcome the President, Mr. France Gums.
Good morning to each and every one. Your Excellency Governor Dr. Eugene Holliday, Prime Minister Madam Sarah Westcott Williams, dignitaries of country St. Martin, dignitaries, my colleagues and others from the collectivité of Saint Martin, dignitaries, invited guests, people of St. Martin, North and South, ladies and gentlemen. On this, the 11th day of the 11th month of 2011, we are confronted with the repetition of 1 and 1. 1 and 1 makes 2. 2 governments, 2 systems, 2 ports, 2 airports, 2 electrical plants, 2 water plants, 2 garbage facilities, 2 sewage systems, 2 official languages, and so forth and so on. All of this within a proposed theme for today, one island, one people, one destiny. And this theme does not employ that we talk about cooperation. And I am of the opinion that on the 11th of November, St. Martin's Day, we should not be talking technical matters such as cooperation issues, but only celebrating one people and one destiny. March 23rd, the date commemorating the Treaty of Concordia, seems to me more adequate to talk about other treaties and cooperation issues. And I say yes, fatally, we do have one destiny, because dengue, hurricane, and earthquake will not stop at the border. And because cruise ship passengers coming in Point Blanche need to go to Orient Bay and Marigot if they are to know what St. Martin really is. And because the children of today and the children of tomorrow, living on one side and going to school or to work on the other side, must not have to pay the price, because we who are in responsibility today did not anticipate that destiny of oneness. But what could be our destiny if it is not something we talk about and share, something that is no more yours than mine, but essentially ours? And I say yes, evidently we are on one island. We are one island, and sometimes in this one house we might have some curses and some fusses, but because blood is thicker than water, we can fight as brothers in the house, better yet in the home, and never would I call on any outside help to help me beat my brother or sister. Outside help of people which sometimes very sincerely claim to be from inside, because they feel adopted by the home, and they might well have some legitimacy to claim belongers' right, just like us who have been there before others, just because of their permanent respect and contributions to who and what we are as St. Martiners. And I say yes, we are one people in the making around a strong nucleus. Evidently, the Gums, the Lakes and the Carties, the Arnolds and the Arundels or Arundels, the Williams, the Flemings and the Watters, the Websters and the Westcotts, the Hamlets and the Jeffreys, the Myers and the DeWeavers, and so many more do constitute one people. And here is where I get in trouble, because there's someone out there whom I did not call the name, and he would say I did not call the Titus name, and the Yorks, but because of the organizers' time constraint that they put on me, I want you to know, you that I did not call your names, that your name has a very special place in my heart. So don't hold that against me. And most surely the Lakes and the James, the Adams and the Andrews, and the Artsens, the Baileys, the Bakers and the Barrys, the Benjamins and the Berthe-Maurice, and so many more belong to the same people. To add to that, I choose to believe that there could well be someone called Madame Toussaint or Monsieur Janvier or Monsieur Dupont that has invested enough time and love and money to deserve some consideration. There could well be some Margarita or Hermanita or persons of Indian or Chinese descent who consider here more than anywhere else as their home. I choose to believe that not all those that came only came to get. Some happen to be giving to my country, and those too deserve consideration. It is with all of that and some other concepts in mind that I say to you, the oneness of the people is in the making, and we who are from here need to indicate to those who want to be from here what is our will and what is our willingness to create one people. Madam Prime Minister, my congratulations to you also on this very occasion of St. Martin's Day. Such an auspicious occasion, I wish to say to you, and this is my conclusion, how much I enjoyed being in the company of the great personalities that you are, the leaderships of this country. I am afraid I'm getting used to the function. I want to thank you at the end of this phase of my political engagement. Everyone knows what takes place in March next year. I want to thank you for your help in understanding, and I say to you that whatever the position I occupy after that phase, I will remain always strongly committed to serving one island, one destiny, with one people in the making. Happy St. Martin's Day to all of you.
Thank you very much, President Franz Gums, for addressing us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with a distinct pride and honor that our final speaker this morning comes to you from the Dutch side, leading us in our celebration. At this time, I want you to extend a warm welcome to our nation's first female Prime Minister, the Honorable Sarah Westcott Williams.
Platform guests, dignitaries across the field, St. Martiners, good morning. Good morning on this beautiful St. Martin Day. In fact, the time allotted to us does not permit me or any one of the others to talk about formal cooperation today. And I don't have a problem with that at all, because I can say with extreme confidence that the two governments currently in charge of this island are committed to the theme, one island, one people, one destiny. What I would like to address you as this morning is one St. Martiner to another. One St. Martiner to many others, and say good morning and happy St. Martin's Day, St. Martin, to all of us. How often have you not, because I fall in the trap sometimes too, and ask, what has this country done for me? But when last did you ask yourself, what has this beautiful island, what have you done for this beautiful island of St. Martin? When was the last time you showed your pride in St. Martin prominently, regardless to what anyone said or thought? When was the last time you showed your colors for the island that has given all of us so much and is still giving us today? Today is a coming together of all who call St. Martin home, because regardless to what, there is not another place in this world like St. Martin. There is not another hospitality like given by the people of St. Martin. There is not another place of resilience like the people of St. Martin. There is not another place where we accept so much, and yet every morning we get out. If we don't, we should be saying, thanks to God Almighty for living on St. Martin at this time in the life of our history. That is what we should be saying every day of the year, 24/7. This country is blessed. It is not blessed only because of the governments, maybe in the last place because of the governments. It is blessed by the people who have put the governments there, and the people who hold St. Martin there and love to celebrate a St. Martin's Day. One St. Martin's Day in unity, one St. Martin's Day, one island, one people. Like I always like to say, for me it really doesn't matter. I show these colors because I am proud of my island. I am proud of who I am. I am proud of being a product of this island, because I was born on French St. Martin. And if it wasn't many years ago that St. Martin was open to so many, my mother would not have come here to have me be the person I am today. Thank God for our ancestors and the people who have made St. Martin great. If you want to know what you can do for your country, be proud of who you are. Be proud of our land. Respect St. Martin. Respect the elderly. Respect the young people. And those who have joined us to make St. Martin great, we expect you all to do the same. Love this land. Respect our people and lift ourselves up. It is in times like these that we are on this island, in this region called St. Martin. One island, one country, one people, and one destiny. God bless you. Love you, St. Martin. Show your colors. Show that you are proud to be a St. Martiner. And together, we will carry St. Martin forward. Don't worry about the times. They are hard. But we have faced harder times before. We have faced more difficulties before. And we're standing here today, strong as one island, one people, one destiny. Thank you, and God bless you.
Wow.
Prime Minister.
Powerful speech there from our Prime Minister of St. Martin.
Powerful, I think. She know how to rile up the crowd. She really did rile up the crowd there.
I don't think it was a pep talk.
Yeah,
it was genuine. I think that her words were carefully chosen. These are trying times. I believe that respect is the foundation for every relationship.
Any foundation.
May it be economy, business, personal. Every relationship should be based on respect. And if people migrate here or were born here and maintain a certain level of respect for themselves and for this country, we can weather any storm.
All right, that was the Prime Minister there, but I know how the Prime Minister is, and after seeing her for a number of times,
Let us raise our
I know
glasses.
she's a person who can rile up a crowd, who can get a crowd.
She's a politician.
It's good stuff. First, to the memory of all our ancestors and to the hopes and aspirations of our people. Here's to unity. Here's to togetherness. Here's to family, the all-inclusive St. Martin family. Here's to one island, one people, indivisible before God and man, with one destiny. Hip, hip, hooray! Thank you. This is good.
St. Martin, are you ready to celebrate? Okay, there's a big time display that's about to take place, and I need each and everybody just to push back. Just push back for me. I want y'all to go back. Just go back to this, move to the barricades, because we're about to have a big presentation, and I don't want nobody to get this.
Here's a toast to unity. One people, one country, one destiny.
Thank you very much. And of course, we're toasting and to our friends from over there at Mix Italia. Definitely. We're toasting with some cold wine, 9.5. Mix Italia over there in Colby, where you will find all the fine wines and spirits, and over there in Colby. So again, a happy St. Martin's Day to each and everyone. If you're going out, drink in moderation. Whatever you do today, please do it in moderation. A happy St. Martin's Day from the folks over at Mix Italia over there in Colby, where you'll find all the best champagnes, best cold wines, and French and Italian wines available. And they all stay located over there at Orange Grove in Colby, just opposite Carl's and Sons. Check them out. This is the latest cold wine that they have out right now. Is there any way we could get a nice little close-up on this shot here? John? 9.5, Mix Italia. And
here we can hear in the background Elton, that Lino and the Hardways song is playing. St. Martin is my home. The confetti display is on. And there are some folks on stage about to perform, I believe.
Yeah, let's go on stage and listen to that song.
St. Martin is my home, and I'll do about anything to make it go. I think of it, dream of it, in the morning, night, and all. St. Martin is sweet home. And to it I give my life, to keep on shining with the sunshine that comes out in the morning. We've made the sacrifice to get it where it is now. With our smiling faces, we share the hard times. Now nobody wanna leave it up to no one who he thinks doesn't know care about yesterday's and today's hard times we bear. St. Martin is my home, and I do about anything to make it blow. I think of it, dream of it, in the morning, night, and noon. St. Martin is sweet home, and to it I'll give my life, to keep on shining with the sunshine that comes out in the morning. All I see before me, one island, one people, one destiny. And when I look around me, it's one island, one people, one destiny. We come together today. We work together as one. We together. Come together. We work together. Work together. As one. Everybody. St. Martin is our home, and we do but anything to make it glow. We think of it, we dream of it, in the morning, night and noon. St. Martin is sweet home, and to it we'll give our lives to keep on shining with the sunshine that comes out in the morning. One more time, one more time. St. Martin is our home, and we'll do but anything to make it grow. We think of it, we dream of it, in the morning, night and noon. St. Martin is sweet home, and to it we'll give my life to keep on shining with the sunshine that comes out in the morning. Give us some bottlenecks. All I see before me, one island, one people, one destiny. And when I look around me, it's one island, one people, one destiny. We come together, we work together, as one. We come together, we work together, as one. St. Martin is our home, and we'll do but anything to make it grow. We think of it, dream of it, in the morning, night and noon. St. Martin is sweet home, and to it we'll give our lives to keep on shining with the sunshine that comes out in the morning.
All right, and a happy St. Martin's Day to each and everyone celebrating St. Martin's Day. Today we heard a wonderful song that captured the island back in the 1980s from Lino on the Hard Way, and definitely what an appropriate time for that song to be played. And we're so happy to be here bringing it live for you this morning on St. Martin in Retrospect, here live on St. Martin Cable TV. To all our sponsors here this morning, and definitely we had to hit a toast on that one, from our friends over there at Mix Italia, where you'll find all the finest in Italian and French wines, and they supported us this year by offering us the nice cold wine. It's 9.5 wine. It's something definitely you might want to get your hands on for St. Martin's Day or any kind of occasion. Mix Italia over there in Colby. And I just have to go back and talk about that song there from Lino and the Hard Way. St. Martin is my home, one island, one people, one destiny. Gina, I know you came many years afterwards in the radio station, but as a young radio broadcaster, DJ sometimes, it was always my pleasure to play that song from Lino and the Hard Way, one island, one people, one destiny, because it gave me that kind the goosebumps used to raise on my head, my hairs used to raise all over my hands and things like that, just playing that song alone and listening to it. And today, the St. Martin Day Committee brought that song back alive with the theme, One Island, One People, One Destiny, and it's definitely fits the occasion.
Well, as Minister Rhoda Arundel so rightfully said, you know, we have a very unique situation, whereas this is two countries and it's borderless. You know, if we don't tell you or you don't come out of the vehicle and walk around and actually hear French on the French side, and, you know, you don't realize that you're in a different country. So we must celebrate the fact that we are indeed one people. We do indeed have one destiny, because there's not much that the French or the Dutch can do without consultation of each other, because they share one common land.
Lino saw the future. Lino saw the future. He was talking about what St. Martin is all about. Whether because we French and because we Dutch, we still one people. We still one island, and we all have one destiny. Here you see some scenes of the crowd here at the Festival Village as the celebration swings into high gear. Everybody open now. Some of them gone to the various booths.
The kids are having so much fun in the confetti.
Where they will be having, you know, food and drinks and things like that on sale. But I have to go back to that song there from Lino and the Hardware just we go for a commercial break. Did you see the guys on the trumpet?
Yes.
What kind of trumpet they were blowing? We didn't see that one,
They
John?
look like bottles.
Bottlenecks. Look at it. Look at the bottles. Remember when we were small, we used to do that? We used to take break the bottle heads, put a little piece of paper
Elton,
right in between the middle.
You are a bit
blow that.
more mature than I am.
Yeah.
I don't have that.
No. But
memory.
those were the days when you used to make things according to, you know,
what
you
was
don't
available.
have a flute. You can't. You don't have the money to buy a trumpet. We make the flute from the bottle. We make the flute from not the banana, but the papaya stem and the leaf. We make it from that. Put the hole so we can blow the flute. And the bottles, the top of the bottles, the bottlenecks, cut them off, and bam, you would make your flutes and your trumpets, and that sounded just like the real thing just now. So my hats off to those guys with that.
Very
with the
nostalgic
trumpet.
moment there for you.
Not nostalgic, but you know, it brings back some memories as you was growing up here in St. Martin. No paved roads, lights out.
Dot.
Yes.
Dot.
Anyhow, you're watching St. Martin in Retrospect here. Of course, this morning it's coming up on 12 o'clock. We'd like to thank all our sponsors who in one way or the other have made our live broadcast possible. Before we go off the air, we had a lot of quizzes and things like that we wanted to do, but because we became so occupied with all the things that was going on, because we have a nice bag from Telcel also to give away. We have a bag from also the Princess Juliana International
This nice bag
Airport.
from Telcel is not only a bag, it doesn't only have goodies on the inside, you know, which are promotional stuff for the company, but there's a gift certificate in here for a Alcatel OT980 Android phone with 1 month of free service. So this bag,
we will be playing
promotional, but there's a phone in there with service.
So you know Telcel gone all the way up now. It's 3G.
Yes.
3G modem. So when you want more, that's what you get from Telcel when you want more. So the question is to get this bag, and we want people to, how should we get people to do that? Via the email or, send it to our email, richardsonelton@hotmail.com. richardsonelton@hotmail.com, or you can go on St. Martin in Retrospect, that's www.sxmsunshine.com, and you can send us your answer to this question. What are the symbols displayed on the coat of arms of the St. Martin flag? The symbols displayed in the coat of arms on the St. Martin flag.
Okay, so in order to win this promotional bag that includes a Android power phone with 1 month 3G service, you will have to email to us the answers. What are the symbols displayed on the coat of arms on the St. Martin flag?
Okay,
so email that response to richardsonelton@hotmail.com. That's one word, Richardson Elton, or SXM xxmsunshine.com. That's the website. You can also send us some messages.
Whoever is first could get this bag.
I mean, you want the next generation Android phone, and you want it from Telem. This is St. Martin's Day. The Telem group of companies is a homegrown and bred company, and I'm a proud customer of Telem. I have their 3G service on the internet dongle. I'm very happy with it.
Good
and,
to hear that.
The cellular service, I have the BlackBerry service with them. Very happy as well.
Well, I just got in BlackBerry service a couple of days ago, but I definitely always been a client of St. Martin Telephone Group of Companies from long time, because I really enjoyed working with those folks over there, and they always give me good service, so never a problem. St. Martin Telephone Group of Companies, you want to win this bag that contains all those extra gifts, telephone and 3G modem and stuff like that.
Light for your phone,
keychains,
pens, T-shirts.
Just tell us what are the symbols displayed in the coat of arms of the St. Martin flag. We go to a commercial break and we'll be right back right after these words from our sponsors. Stay with us.
Here in St. Martin in Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Booney.
St. Martin in Retrospect this morning. We're here live at Festival Village. I don't know if you can hear all the music and everything going on, but it seems as if the party has started, and you're invited to come down and be a part of the whole Festival Village. Yeah, well, it's at the Festival Village. Earlier, before we went for a break, we were asking if you can tell us the symbol, the coat of arms of the St. Martin flag, and we have already received several responses, but the one who was first shall be first. So I understood from you, Gina, that we have somebody
Elton,
who sent in something.
I need some technical assistance here because there is a chat box from the website.
Okay.
And there's someone that responded via that. Her name is Leanne, but it's not correct. She has some of the answers, not all.
Okay. And what was the question? The question was, if we can
symbols displayed in the coat of arms on the St. Martin flag.
All right, so if you can send that information or your answer on richardsonelton@hotmail.com, or you can go on sxmsunshine.com. That's sxmsunshine.com and send in your answers. Of course, we also have some tickets from Winnie, who's celebrating their 50th anniversary as the most safe and dependable line. If you can tell us in what year exactly did Winnie start its operation, we can send you to one of the most exotic islands here in the small hemisphere, which is
Okay, can I give them a hint?
50 years, that's a good hint.
That's a hint. And the date is very close to my birthday.
Oh, don't say that.
I already did.
All your friends will be calling in now.
Yeah, but
what year? Yeah. What year did Winnie started its here in the island of St. Martin? We can send you on a nice, beautiful trip to the island of St. Bart's where all the celebrities hang out, and you can become a celebrity yourself. Just send us the answer on richardsonelton@hotmail.com, and of course, you can win yourself a nice, beautiful trip to the island of St. Bart's. So for web followers, you have to tell us what are the symbols displayed in the coat of arms of the St. Martin flag. You can win yourself a Telcel bag with phone and that whole works and everything like that. The folks at Telcel, Telnet, Smithcom, TLM have organized for you. And Winnie, what did Winnie started its operations? And we can send you to beautiful Bart. So you send us your answers on www.sxmsunshine.com or richardsonelton@hotmail.com. Our celebration, of course, continues here this morning. We've understood down at the Princess Juliana International Airport. It's beginning to heat up over there. We do also have some bags from the Princess Juliana International Airport, Gina, which we also will be given momentarily as our broadcast continues. We have 20 of them, so 20 of you can get a nice, beautiful bag from the
Promotional
Princess
bag
Juliana.
from our Princess Juliana International Airport.
Folks coming in at the Princess Juliana International Airport, we understood, being treated with a nice chocolate or
They're being greeted with candy.
candies and things like that over at the Princess Juliana International Airport. Lots of activities also going on there. I understood that the place has been beautifully decorated. We were supposed to get some pictures
There's
there,
live
but we didn't get
entertainment
anything
all
going
day.
on. That's right. from
Canis Vanterpool
up
Steel
until
Orchestra.
late in the evening.
And free parking.
Free parking, that's very important. Free parking. So, you know how it is over there at the Princess Juliana International Airport. And earlier, we had a greeting also from the managing director at the Princess Juliana International Airport, Mrs. Regina Labega, who joins us now to extend her greetings to the many visitors coming into St. Martin and all the folks watching over there at the Princess Juliana International Airport. Here's Ms. Regina Labega, the managing director at PJIA.
Princess Juliana International family, I would like to wish all people, both north and south of St. Martin, a happy St. Martin Day.
It's Miss Regina Labega. It's quite short, but you know, the message was that I want for you to enjoy your St. Martin's Day. Happy St. Martin's Day to each and every one. And of course, on behalf of all of us here at our studios set up here at Festival Village, we'd like to extend a happy St. Martin's Day also to our friend over there at Lydia's Flower Shop, who donated some nice, beautiful flowers and some of the plants and things like that that you see in here and in our studios, and also to the folks over there in Orange Grove, Mix Italia, distributors for some of the finest wines from Italy and the finest red wine, white wine. You can get it over there. And one of the latest that is on the market, tastes like champagne, looks like champagne. It's called 9.5. Good brew to have for the Christmas holidays if you would definitely want to be celebrating. And of course, you can also celebrate with that particular cold wine. Nice, delicious wine. And of course, our friends over there at Quick Bargains down in Orange Grove, who provided us with the beautiful
nice,
chairs.
comfortable chairs.
I mean, we've never sat so comfortable in our whole life.
This is the most comfortable year.
So if you're looking for something for your home, Quick Bargains, Quick Ideas is the place to go. Make sure you check them out. Quick Bargains on the Bush Road there in Cul-de-Sac, and at Jobgo Plaza, you'll find Quick Ideas. Any kind of idea you have for your home, and you will definitely find it over at Quick Ideas at Jobco Plaza in Colby.
Now it's nearly 10
So, but we already did that. So it's time now for them to enjoy some delicious meal. With, you know, St. Martin is the culinary capital of the world. We just had the Fête de la Cuisine organized here by former Minister Plenipotentiary, Mr. Henry Brookson, and that went off well. Wanted to extend a happy St. Martin's Day to all our friends. Brookson, all the guys who hangs out under the tamarind tree, and happy St. Martin's Day to you. Here at Festival Village, of course, everybody is invited to come up and be a
Well, as you can hear in the background, we have some drumming going on. I don't know if it's the Mayumba drummers.
Well, if they're on stage, maybe we can take our cameras out on stage and capture some of the highlights, the moments taking place out there. There they are. And hotmail.com, or you can send us the answers on www.sxmsunshine.com. That's where you will find the questions that we have for today. Some of the questions Winier. In what year did Winier started its operations here in the island of St. Martin? You send us that answer, and we can send you on an exotic vacation trip to St. Bart's, where the celebrities hang out. You can become also a celebrity on that particular island. What year did Winier started its operation? Now, what we need to hear from you is not only the year, also the day and the month. I want to say happy St. Martin's Day to the management and staff of Winier, and also to the rest of our sponsors over there in Simpson Bay, which is Banco de Caribe, a bank that you can trust, a bank that you can count on. Banco de Caribe now offering you great mortgages and all the better services that a bank that has to offer. So you check them out, Banco de Caribe over there in Simpson Bay. And of course, we would like to say also a special thank you to the management staff of the Cabana Beach Bar, who, later on we will definitely be showing you like some of the local dishes that the Cabana Beach Bar will be fixing up here for us. Today, our coverage reporters on the scene were out talking to some of the people that were, that has set up their tents here at Festival Village, selling their arts and crafts and making this day happen. Wendell Moore went to speak to some of the people out there this morning, and he filed this report for us after speaking with some of the folks who has set up their booths here, all kinds of delicacies and treats for us. Let's see what they have down there.
And we are here with
the Freedom Fighters Idol Shack right here in the booth. This is Cool J speaking to you. And we're just here having a good time. Hey, thanks for the bush.
What can we find at your booth?
Well, here you can find all the vegetarian food. Anything that's Idol you're looking for, this is the only booth that you can get it. So you get like fresh things like roti, patties, bulgur wheat, fresh bush tea. Or if you want the bush self, you get the bush as well. And sorrel juice, ginger juice, organic and fresh and vegetarian, you find it right here.
And how do you like the turnout coming to your booth?
The turnout is good. Actually, it's better than I expected. I thought everybody would have come in the afternoon, but everybody here from morning, so they got me sweating and thing, my shirt all damp, but I like it.
Okay, and where can we find you? What's your booth number?
Booth 11. Can't go wrong. 11, 11, 11, 11. This is the place to be.
All right, thanks a lot. Good morning. We're here with?
I'm here with my two grandchildren. I'm Olivia Julie Gums. This is Sarah and Leonard. And normally I'm following up on a craft that my mother, Vitaline Berry, used to do with my cousin Nina Peterson. And it's shells from the beach. And I try to make the houses with the napkins, paper napkins. They have also the little slippers. And you have the hearts, but they already buy out those. And then I make a St. Martin map. I have Lino to have the Lino song. St. Martin is my home. And I make the dogs also, the little puppy dog.
Okay, and these are really creative. How long did it take you to do these pieces of work?
Well, this is something I do not everyday something, but it takes about 3 to 4 days to do the house. And you would say, well, you have to take the time to make the balls. So give me a week to do the dogs and so on to make them.
Okay. And is there anything you'd like to say? Wish Happy St. Martin's Day to?
Oh yeah, I would like to say to all and everyone here that is here present, and hope that we will have a much more unity with both sides and no separate, like saying everybody wants to say this is the Dutch and this is the French. No, we are one island, and that's what I want to remain as we was from the past. Okay? But I someone on that side, but I'm from the French side, and he was from the French side. But before, no separation. There was always St. Martin, one St. Martin Island.
Well, thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Oh, you're welcome.
St. Maarten in Retrospect coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Booth.
And we're here with a number of patriotic people, one of whom is the lovely smiling...
Excuse me?
The lovely smiling...
Alice Samuel.
Oh, she happens to be the relative of one of our former parliamentarians of the Netherlands Antilles. How are you enjoying the proceedings today?
Well, I think it's wonderful, well organized. I'm pleased.
Only please, it's St. Martin's Day. How do you feel about celebrating St. Martin's Day? At least this is the first time for country St. Martin.
Well, I think it is well done, and I'm happy, and I feel good about everything.
What would you like to say to St. Martin people right now in terms of wishing them something about St. Martin's Day?
Well, I would like to wish all a very happy and safe St. Martin's Day, and say come out and enjoy everything that is done for you. It's free of charge, and it's your day. Make the best of it.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
That's all. And we're here with one of the vendors, of course, here at St. Martin's Day celebration. You are selling some quite unique stuff here. Why don't you just tell us exactly what they are?
Sure. Happy St. Martin's Day to St. Martin. Today we have some sugar cakes in various colors to depict the St. Martin, red, white, and blue. We also have some guava tarts, some potato pudding. We also have these fudge. We have different flavors. We have like the milk fudge, and we also have the coconut fudge. We also have.
Why is the coconut fudge more expensive than the milk fudge?
Oh, because the coconut is more expensive.
I thought that it was easily grown all over the world.
Yeah, it is, but the milk is so much cheaper.
Okay, go ahead and tell us about the other stuff you have. Guava berry?
Okay, I have also some. These are all from St. Martin. We have some gooseberry punch. The $4. It's made from the local gooseberry. We also have guava berry punch, our famous local punch. Different things we have. This is also seaside grapes. You know the one that grow on the beach? Yeah, those are a seaside grape punch. And they're also $4. $4.
Oh, $4. So most of the punches are $4.
Yeah.
But they are locally made.
Yes, correct.
Wonderful. What would you like to say to St. Martin people on this day?
Well, I want to wish everyone a happy St. Martin's Day. We are so pleased that so many people are here celebrating with us today. It's such a pleasure to be here, be a St. Martiner, and just fellowshipping with everybody on the island.
You missed out one thing, and I want you to tell me what it is. Pick for the clown.
Oh, yes. We have a pick for a clown where we have different prizes, and you come, you pick $1. You pay $1, sorry, and you pick different items. We have toys, we have games, we have stickers.
Oh, so you don't know what you're picking?
No, you don't know what you're picking.
But all it costs is $1.
Correct.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you so much. Have a happy St. Martin's Day, St. Martin.
Take a shot. You have a number here, booth 31.
One island, one people, one destiny. The celebration continues here this morning at the Festival Village. Take you out on stage now where we have a performance taking place by an Indian dance performance right now on stage. Let's capture that moment. St. Maarten in retrospect. We have emails coming in. We have telephone ringing us here on our BlackBerry. And hello, good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Good evening, sir.
Yes, hi, how are you doing?
Very good. Happy St. Martin's Day.
Happy St. Martin's Day to you too. And how is that coming over there with our technical, is that coming over there, Claire, John? Can we continue with this conversation? John?
Yeah, coming over, Claire, can hear you going.
Okay, and our question to you is, our first question is, what are the symbols displayed in the coat of arms of the St. Martin flags? And you were saying what?
Is the border monument.
The border monument?
The flamboyant tree.
The flamboyant tree?
And a brown pelican.
No, I think you're wrong. You're going to have to call us back. Not the flamboyant tree.
Okay.
All right, then. Thanks. Celebrating here at the activities of the St. Martin's Day activities.
Online. They're complaining that they have to refresh the screen every 2 minutes. And slow. And I'm reading the answers. Ayana, you're close.
St. Maarten in retrospect, well, we're having some fast performances here as the some of the artists didn't come on stage and perform here for us, and of course we try to at least get some of these quiz questions out of the way, and we had a little small technical difficulty there with the line, but the activities are continuing over here at the St. Maarten Festival Village, and on stage we can hear that there's some where we are, we can't see exactly what's going on.
We're backstage. Yeah. Our studio is set up backstage.
We're guessing our way, like what's going on up on stage in front there, and I'm sure that our cameras can see exactly what's going on up in front. Can you see exactly what's going on up in front there? We can switch to the stage there. Already let us know exactly what's happening so we can get the feeling as to what's going on up on the stage in front here. In the meantime, the celebration continues over here at Festival Village. We take you now back on stage for the some of the activities taking place over there.
No, if the camera is single shot and you ain't got that.
Martin in Retrospect and some of the cultural activities taking place on stage there this morning. I have Teacher Ref sending an email to us about the winner question. And sorry, we have to let you know, Teacher Ref, that you're wrong. Winner didn't start its operation on September 18th, 1963. So I guess you're going to have to try again. Okay?
And I have some answers via our website, SXM Sunshine, for both the symbols question to win the Android-powered phone by Telcel with months of 3G service. And all the answers that I've received thus far via the website are incorrect. For Winair as well, there's one person that actually used my birth date. I said it was close. Not on my birth date, close. So that's wrong.
Turn up the bass so we could wind up we will. Turn up the bass so we could march down the place. Hold on, hold on. Yeah, yeah. Hold on, hold on. Yeah, yeah. Okay, let me see you. Shake it down, shake it down. Shake it down to the ground. Shake it down, shake it down. Get up and spin around. Nothing we love better than a sweet, sweet soca. Add a little flavor from when we dance to the salsa. Baila, baila. Baila con ritmo de San Martín. Baila, baila, baila. Baila con ritmo de San Martín. Baila, baila, baila. Sí, para mí. Sí, aquí. Ahora, muchacha. Aquí, allá. Dulce, no, ahí sí. Chica, chica, let's do it together. Get down and come closer. Ven acá, muchacha, dance to the rumba. Ritmo de San Martin, have the people dancing. San Martin ritmo have us all on we toes. Look at the people only falling for more. Baila, baila, sí, sí. Baila, baila, sí, sí. Okay, together. Shake it down, shake it down. Shake it down to the ground. Shake it down, shake it down. Get up and spin around. Nothing we love better than a sweet, sweet soca. Add a little flavor when we dance to the salsa. Baila, baila. Baila con ritmo de San Martín. Baila, baila, baila. Baila con ritmo de San Martín.
Saint Martin, two countries in one. Twice the vacation, twice the fun. A dash of Dutch, a dash of French.
St. Martin in Retrospect, and the celebration continues here this morning from Festival Village. And of course, this is a live broadcast. Well, don't really necessarily have to apologize for, but it happens. Live broadcast that you do have some situations where you're not really in control of. So that's exactly what we experiencing here this afternoon. But there are a number of but celebration continues here at Festival Village. I think it's quite a good time now. Be a part of the whole cultural questions coming in. We try our best to ask them and get them answered as much as possible. And as soon as we get everything, back to order, we definitely see if we can, accommodate all those quiz questions. In the meantime, between time, you're listening and you're watching a live coverage here on St. Martin in Retrospect from the on and more activities continuing here as we go back on stage to bring you what's going on out on stage. That's a popular song that made St. Martin so famous, St. Martin song. This is the place to come. You're planning a beautiful vacation, 37 square miles of sun, fun, and beautiful beaches. Some beautiful areas here, a place to go. Almost every time you want to go out, some of the best restaurants and foods that you can actually get here on the islands. Definitely St. Martin winning so numerous accommodations for providing, best food, best winning prizes for best bartenders, best cooks. Just recently, we again representing ourselves in a lot of signs coming into me, and we get to representing St. Martin off island and all over the place. So, we're gonna have to go back on stage and take a break, and we'll be right back.
I can go home?
You're watching St. Martin in Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Booney.
Welcome back to St. Martin in Retrospect, and we thank you for joining us on this memorable occasion where we celebrate the St. Martin's people, what we stand for, what we represent, what we promote, and that is friendliness, unity, and we maintain that one destiny. Because if we are not unified in this island that we share, where will we go? We've been advertising that we're doing quizzes online and via email, but realistically, due to time constraints and the nature of the show, which is we have live acts on stage that we're trying to cover as well, what we're going to do is go outside with Kristen Sorton, myself, Elton. We're going to mingle in the crowd, and we're going to give out those PGIA bags, and we're going to find a way to give out those Win Air tickets and that Android-powered phone by Telcel. So stay with us, and that's why we've been encouraging you to come to town, because with a live broadcast, we have to go with the flow, and we have to adapt to the way things are. So come on down to the Festival Village. We're still here. We're going to be here until at least 2 o'clock live on the air. And we're going to shift from the studio to the outside of the Festival Village, where we will mingle with the people, give them some goodies, hear what's going on, and show it to you as it happens.
In the meantime, between time, we have Tanny and the boys on standby. And Tanny and the boys will be serenading us. It's the anniversary celebration also, and they're marking a milestone here in the community of St. Martin. So momentarily we'll be joining them, and Tanny and the boys, they play that traditional string band music, and it's been around for almost as old as I am, I think, almost 40, 50 years. Danny and the boys serenading for Christmas, serenading for Easter, serenading for any kind of special occasion, keeping that traditional music of St. Martin alive. So, momentarily, as they are about ready, we'll be going on stage where we will be joining them for some traditional, solid string band music. Danny and the boys on stage, and I think that perhaps maybe they are about ready to go. And what do you think about Danny and the boys, Gina?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I love their music. I mean, it's applicable for any celebration, any occasion, and it's our music.
It's our music. In the meantime, between time, let's join Tanny and the boys them on stage here as they get ready to serenade for us here on this 54th anniversary of the St. Martin's Day celebration, the second anniversary after Country, St. Martin, and of course, we're celebrating One Island, One People, One Destiny. Special about it is because we're celebrating this day on the 11th day of the 11th year of the 11th month, November 11th, 2011. And I think it's a very special day for us, special day for everybody. We're so happy to see the large crowd that came out this morning to be a part of the celebration. And what made me even a little bit more excited is the fact that I saw all the dressing up of the offices, the banks taking the lead, the First Caribbean Bank, beautiful bank, setting up a beautiful display of St. Martin colors inside the banks. A number of other places we saw, dressing up and showing the St. Martin Day colors. So let's go on stage now for the Danny and the boys serenade to us, and we hope that you at home also enjoy this piece of traditional music.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Got too much bass.
News. You're watching it here live, St. Maarten Cable TV. And Tanny and the Boys, some of the oldest string band here on the island of St. Maarten, celebrating, I think, also their 50th anniversary as a string band group. Tanny and the Boys always serenading the group and always being selected to perform for any cultural event or just any kind of festive occasion. We love their music so much, and we know that you're enjoying it back at home. So we go back on stage to join Tanny and the Boys here as the celebration of the St. Maarten Day activities continues.
Señores, que voy a contar lo que me pasó. Domingo por la mañana el mosquito me picó. Señores, que voy a contar lo que me pasó. Domingo por la mañana el mosquito me picó. Dime que sí, dime que no, el mosquito me picó. Dime que sí, dime que no, el mosquito me picó. Ya. contar lo que me pasó. Domingo por la mañana el mosquito me picó. Señores, les voy a contar lo que me pasó. Domingo por la mañana el mosquito me picó. Dime que sí, dime que no, el mosquito me picó. Dime que sí, dime que no, el mosquito me pica. Me picó el mosquito, sí, señor. Me picó la boca, vámonos. Me picó la cara, sí, señor. Me picó la ala, vámonos. Me picó la espalda, sí, señor. El mosquito negro, vámonos. El mosquito diablo, sí, señor. Me picó el mosquito, ya, vámonos. Me picó el mosquito, sí, señor. Me picó la boca, vámonos. Me picó la cara, sí, señor. Me picó la oreja, vámonos. Me picó la cabeza, sí, señor. Me picó la espalda, vámonos. El mosquito diablo, sí, señor. El mosquito negro, vámonos. El mosquito malo, sí, señor. Me picó el mosquito, vámonos. Me picó el mosquito, sí, señor. Me picó en la boca, vámonos. Me picó en la cara, sí, señor. Me picó en la oreja, vámonos. Me picó en el pie, sí, señor. Me picó en la mano, vámonos. Me picó en la oreja, sí, señor. Me picó en la lengua, vámonos. El mosquito diablo, sí, señor. El mosquito malo, vámonos. El mosquito negro, sí, señor. Me picó el mosquito, ya, vámonos.
If you're watching us here live on St. Martin Cable TV, coming to you live from Festival Village, and of course, we'll be bringing you more live coverage as the activities continues. Gina has gone down in the crowd to mingle a little bit, so we'll be bringing you some excerpts of what is happening outside in the village as Gina, Wendell, and the rest of the crew go out to talk with some of the people coming out. We know it's a little bit hot today, so some of you might be still at home enjoying our live broadcast, but, well, we do invite you to come out and be a part of our St. Martin's Day celebration here at Festival Village. It's all for you, St. Martin, so do come out, be a part of it, enjoy. And in the meantime, between time, I tell you what, we're going to take a word from our sponsors, folks who made live coverage possible here this morning, and we'll be right back right after this. Stay with us.
St. Martin in Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Booney.
And welcome back to our live broadcast here this morning. St. Martin in Retrospect. Want to say good afternoon to each and every one of you. The activities here continuing at Festival Village under 93 degrees sun here in St. Martin, but still people are coming out to be a part of the festival celebration. Booths are open selling all kinds of different cultural and culinary foods. And, well, the activities continuing with a boat race, which is scheduled to take place over in Great Bay. That will take the boaters down into Simpson Bay and back up into Great Bay, and all that will be taking place up ahead of the town. As we look at the program lineup here, quite an elaborate program as well. We will have later on other string band, this one coming from the French side of St. Martin, the Gunslingers. Then over at the Little League ballpark, it's old-time games, kite flying, and that will be taking place at the Little League Stadium. So a whole lot of things going on here today. Ebony Steel Orchestra also scheduled to perform here later this afternoon, and we'll have the presentation and tributes and thank yous to the general public and participants by the Honorable Minister. I've understood that they will also be honoring some other folks here on the island. We are also scheduled to see a Unity Cultural Parade display on stage, and that's scheduled to take place at about 4:30 and then 5 o'clock. We also have other performances by some other groups, freedom fighters, and they will be taking place all the way up to 12 o'clock midnight. But we just want to remind you that at 8:30 p.m. also, the government schedule says that they will also be having an St. Martin's Day art exhibition over at the Cultural Center in Phillipsburg. I'd like to thank our sponsors for making this live broadcast possible. Our thanks goes out, and a big thank you to Banco de Caribe, who faithfully always sponsors our program. You check them out in Simpson Bay for all your banking needs and banking services. Banco de Caribe. It's just about almost, if my watch is correct, 5 minutes after the hour, 1 o'clock here in the afternoon in St. Martin. And, well, the sun is hot. It's time. We had the traditional band just playing there for us, and the string band from Tanny and the Boys. And, well, what way to celebrate St. Martin's Day, not only with your champagne and wine, but also what we are accustomed to is the traditional Ponche Cuba here on the island of St. Martin, Ponche Cuba, and here to representing Ponche Cuba is Mr. Carlton St. Hill, who joins us here now in the studio. And we just released a new song from Give Me Some of Your Ponche Cuba, Give Me Some Ponche Cuba, we drinking. If it's Ponche Cuba we drinking, we definitely drinking Ponche Cuba today. Ponche Cuba is one of our sponsors here in this live broadcast. And to tell us, one of us say welcome to our broadcast here this afternoon, Carlton. And you represent International Liquors and Tobacco. Today you brought for us here some beautiful bottles of Ponche Cuba. Tell us about it.
Well, definitely. First of all, I'd like to say good afternoon to your listeners. And thanks for having me over.
Always a pleasure.
Of course, it is St. Martin's Day. And without your Ponche Cuba being a traditional drink, hey, we've got to have Ponche Cuba in all the celebrations.
So Ponche Cuba is available in Galore here at the various booths right here at the Festival Village, and you can also have some Ponche Cuba with us if you come down here at Festival Village and join us. What's so special about this drink? Because I love this. This is part of the drink that actually we grew up with here on the island of St. Martin, and we know that the company has revitalized it and such like that. It's not like what we are accustomed to a couple of years ago, but this is the more thicker, more richer Ponche Cuba that we have out on the shelf. Ladies and gentlemen, look out for it for Christmas coming up. This is the drink for the holidays, and as we say, Ponche Cuba is the drink for any kind of season.
Exactly. Like you yourself said, before a lot of people going into stores and picking up Ponche Cuba, and I've heard a lot of complaints of people saying that the product has become too thin. So Ponche Cuba themselves went back to the drawing board, and they reformulated this product. The product is now thick like we were accustomed to, and of course still, even though it's much thicker, I still would recommend for people to actually put the bottle into the fridge instead of putting it on
That's
ice,
how it looks.
because any product that you actually put ice into, you know that it dilutes and it gets it watery. You don't have that same consistency of the product anymore. So definitely I would recommend that people put it into the fridge and drink it. And like we said, it's thick again. I mean, even as you just poured it in your glass there, you see when you drink it, on the side of the glass it kind of cascades slowly or lingeringly, as they say, which shows you the consistency of the product. So please look out for it this Christmas. We'll be having Ponche Cuba, and I know a lot of you guys are accustomed to the Ponche Cuba with the little Christmas hats. Definitely we'll be having the little Christmas hats on our Ponche Cuba.
Season behind it and things like that. Because when it's like that, it's so, more attractive, so beautiful. You want to grab your hands and pick it up, carry it home. I mean, for the Christmas season, you always have to have Ponche Cuba at the house and at home. Ponche Cuba is distributed by International Liquors?
Definitely. Ponche Cuba is distributed by International Liquors and Tobacco. This holiday season coming up, it will be available in all the major supermarkets. And I've already organized, yes. We'll be lowering the price, and also I'll be having tasting girls in each of those supermarkets, having the consumers taste the product again, and loving it again.
If you buy a case, would consumer be getting an opportunity to win something, or?
Well, the thing is, we've got quite a number of things planned, and we don't want to let the cat out of the bag.
Okay.
You know, we can't put everything out there. So for now, I'm just saying, in the supermarkets, I'll be having all my tasting girls there. They'll be tasting the product, and to ensure customers that Ponche Cuba is again what it used to be. And please go into the supermarkets and grab your product again.
Okay, make sure you check it out, because don't wait until Christmas. You can enjoy your Ponche Cuba today, St. Martin's Day. I want to thank you very much, Carlton, for coming in. Listen, but with Ponche Cuba, you can make a nice, beautiful Ponche Cuba cake too, right?
Well, most definitely you can make a Ponche Cuba cake, and with a little song that the two of us just put together there. You heard us, people are going to hear us speaking about the Pink Pussycat. The Pink Pussycat is, we actually got that from the guys from St. Thomas and St. Croix. They're actually mixing Paso liqueur, which is a red product that is being placed into the Ponche Cuba. It's what you call it?
A liqueur that is made, it's something pink. What you do?
It's a passion fruit liqueur.
Yeah,
it's a passion fruit liqueur. The liquid is red, so when you put it into the Ponche Cuba, it actually turns pink. And the guys in St. Thomas and St. Croix, they're actually calling it the Pink Pussycat.
So in St. Martin, that will be available here. So
definitely we'll be having some Pink Pussycats for Christmas.
St. Martin's Day celebration continues right here at Festival Village. In the meantime, between time, while we're enjoying a traditional drink, let's enjoy some more traditional music as we go back on stage to join Tanny and the boys performing for us here live at the location here this morning, or this afternoon rather.
Yo no soy marinero, soy capitán. Soy capitán, soy capitán. Baila la bomba, baila la bamba, baila bachata, baila bachata.
St. Martin in Retrospect, our live on St. Martin Cable TV, and Danny and they're performing for us live for a large crowd. The festival. Gina is outside in the crowd. We'll be going outside to talking to. Hello, good afternoon. Hey, out there, and how are things going?
Happy St. Martin's Day, and thank you so much for performing for us once again in the Festival Village. Tell us the name of your group and what you represent, what you do.
Okay, good. Happy St. Martin's Day, everybody. The name of my group is Anais Dance Fusion. We exist now a year. We are existing, and we do everything. It's not only a dance group, it's a whole entertainment. So sometimes we do bartending, waitress service, you name it, we have it. And we have been invited by St. Martin Dance Theater. So together with them, we did a performance.
It was a collaboration.
And it was a very nice experience, wonderful. We loved it. We did what we had to do. And voila.
Thank you so much. And I have Kristen Sorton here. She's going to give you a thank you bag from the Princess Juliana International Airport. Thank you.
What's your name?
Natalie Flanders.
Well, we'd like to thank you for taking part in the march and wish you happy St. Martin's Day. We'd like to present you with a token of appreciation, the goodie bag from PGIA.
Thank you.
And hope you have a happy St. Martin's Day.
Happy St. Martin's Day. You too.
All right.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. I would like to wish you a happy St. Martin's Day. What's your name?
My name is Jose John.
Are you enjoying the show so far?
Sure.
Yeah.
And you didn't see our fit?
Sorry?
You didn't see our fit? Because I respect St. Martin. I'm a Dominican.
That's nice.
Born. But St. Martin I know. And the day of St. Martin, I respect it. I will put on my best.
Well, we'd like to give you a token of appreciation with a goodie bag from the Princess Juliana International Airport. So this is for you. Yeah, this is for you.
Oh, well, thank you.
No problem. I hope you enjoy the rest of your St. Martin's Day.
I'm going to enjoy it for sure. Thank you.
Happy St. Martin's Day. I see you gentlemen all in nice uniform. Which group do you guys play with? So this is the Jolly Boys from Grand Cars and Marigo. Okay, so happy St. Martin's Day. Thank you for coming over to the Dutch side to join in the festivities and make it great for St. Martin.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yes. Who is the most senior member of the group? Okay, I'll give it to my favorite then. Happy St. Martin's Day. Baby, take your bag. Take your bag.
All right, so there you have it, Gina and Kristen Sauton mingling with the crowd over here at the Festival Village. And yeah, well, I had to announce you that you're back with me.
That was a lot of fun.
Well, how was it outside? Yeah, because in this room it's so cool, calm, comfortable. It's not hot.
Heliante is from Curacao by birth. She's been living here for over 20 years for sure. And she's so into the arts, you know, she's always active, has 3 children, a full-time job, a husband, and is very active with, you know, promoting St. Martin. That was wonderful, so I'm happy that I met her. Then Kristen interviewed a gentleman from the Dominican Republic who's been living here for ages.
Ages.
And she also interviewed she was a VKS officer, Kristen, the lady, Miss Flanders. You know, we appreciate them. They get up early in the morning. They withstand the heat, the rain, and they ensure that we have a St. Martin's Day festivity. Next, we went on to the guys from Grand Cars and Marigo, who play the same kind of music like Tanny and the Boys.
Are they the Happy Boys?
I think they're the happy. They were very happy. Jokers. And then my neighbor, Mr. Amaziah, who's O'Neill Richardson's grandson, but I think he's camera shy.
Okay. Oh, the little one?
Yes, he's camera shy.
We have a lot
he
of little
doesn't get
ones.
that from his grandfather.
Oh, okay.
And then my favorite was the Asian family, but they were scared of the camera too.
Okay.
But it was fun. It was fun mingling with the people and getting a taste of, you know, who's enjoying it and who's participating in it. So it was a nice balance.
All right, so there we have it. We still have some more bags we can actually maybe give away later.
I noticed while I was away, you had a Pancha Cuba party.
Yes, I did. Pancha Cuba came out with its brand new Pancha Cuba for this year.
My sister Avril Gums, who I must thank for my St. Martin's Day dress.
Okay.
She is a Pancha Cuba lover.
Well, we do
she
have.
loves the pistachio.
We
the
do
regular.
have a bottle of Pancha Cuba for your sister because I know she's always
Thank
out
you.
there supporting.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And I wish he had a sample of the pink pussycat.
Okay, but
because that's new for us here on the island.
All right, most definitely. It's them boys and from up the island, St. Croix and things
The
like that.
northern boys.
Before we continue, we know that we're running out of time. About the food from Cabana Beach Bar has just arrived. We'll show you a display of that momentarily. But we didn't get an opportunity to play that interview that we had with the principal and music teacher at the Orania School, and we.
My school?
That's right, the school that you went to, the Orania School, celebrating its 160th year anniversary as well. We had the opportunity to, and before I continue, the opening of our show was done by the school with the St. Martin song. All of the children gathered in front of the school to sing that song, stop the whole traffic on Front Street. Tourists, people alike, everybody standing up in front of the school as the 300, 400 odd kids sang the St. Martin song for us to open our program here this morning. And we had the opportunity afterwards to speak to the principal and the music teacher so they can give us some insight about the history of the school. Let's go to that interview and hear what Mr. Skelly has to say and Mr. Our music teacher, Bobby Flawn. Maarten In Retrospect, and we're celebrating the 160th anniversary of one of the first schools here on the island of St. Martin, then called the Open Battle School. Today it is called the Orania School, and a number of St. Martin's residents went to school here. On my flank, the principal, Mrs. Kelinda Phillips, music teacher at the Orania School, Mr. Bobby Flawn, joins us to tell us a little bit of the history of the Orania School and the celebration that is presently going on. First of all, we have to say congratulations to the Orania School. You two were both students going to school here, and tell us about the history of the school. 160 years, that's a milestone.
Yes, it is. I was not a student here at the school. I came in 1977 as a teacher to work here at the Orania School. Under Mr. Snyders, who was the principal at that time. And today we are celebrating 160 years, and it is a milestone. We have, during my time here, I remember our first anniversary, our 140th anniversary celebration. That was in 1991. Mr. Glenn Richardson, who's now deceased, he did some research on the school and told us that the next year we would be celebrating 140 years, and that was in 1991. And since then, we have been celebrating the school's anniversary.
Well, Mrs. Phillips clarified, she didn't went to school here, but she came as principal here. I could still see a picture of her outside there hanging on the walls when she was sporting this nice, beautiful afro, and that was about maybe almost, what, 20 years ago? How long did you think you were at the school?
I have 33 years here at
So,
Orania.
can you imagine some of those pictures? She still looks as beautiful as she was back then, but for Bobby Flawn, who is a music teacher, he came over here, and for the love of music, for the love of the children, he came over here, and he's presently teaching the students music lessons over here. Bobby, tell us about growing up in Phillipsburg, the Orania School. But you didn't went to school here, didn't you?
I went to school.
How was it like? What was it, like back then?
Well, I'll tell you, it's much different to now. You compare, okay, let's say, children classes. Years ago, you had to behave yourself and keep very, very quiet.
Well, the children have a lot of energy, things like that.
Yeah, they have a lot of energy. You can't sit quiet. By the time you get them under control to do anything, your time is up, you have to go.
Okay, but was it then like a small school, or like did it have all these subdivisions, like it had, then?
No, where the Cycle 1 is right now, that used to be a playground. They didn't have any classes there.
Okay.
So years after, they built some classes there, which is the Cycle 1 right now.
Okay, so what was it like going to school here? Some of the people that you went to school with here, can you reminisce with us just a little bit? Because we've understood that there's quite a number of outstanding citizens in our community that went to school here. And I know, Gina Bruni, you're one. So you can tell us about that?
Well, let's see if I can remember.
Well, let's
go
go
ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I know that
Yes.
the governor.
The governor, yes, the governor, Governor Holiday, He has been a student of the Orani School, also the First Lady, Mrs. Louise Hazel Holiday, also went to school here.
Mr. Dennis Richardson?
Mr. Dennis Richardson.
Mr. Julius Lambert?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we also had Mr. Bouillon, Jan Bouillon from the Windward Island
Michael
Bank.
Ferrier too.
And Michael Ferrier.
So,
and the guy Hollander, Gilbert Hollander.
So we had quite a few people pass through here at the, this was the first public school on the island of St. Martin. Was it then called the Open Battle School?
Open Bar School, yes.
Yeah, well, what can you tell us about that? Because it was Open Battle School in Dutch. If you interpret it, it says public school.
Yeah, public school.
First public school of St. Martin, 160 years ago. Can you imagine how that was like? What were we doing then? Were we teaching under the trees, or this was
teaching in classes.
Can you help me?
Well, we have some very old pictures, as you can see some there on the wall, where it was just this the wooden building, a little thatch with a little thatch roof, and we can see a number of students outside posing on the step. So that's what it looked like at the beginning.
Okay. So, but you graduated from here, Bobby, and
I graduated from here.
And some of the people that you can still remember or you still meet today, when you reminisce about the Orlando School, what are your fondest memories? What are, what do you think about?
Oh yeah, that used to be a lot. We used to have a lot of fun, especially here on the playground. We used to play. They give us, used to give us chance to go play with each other, like throwing balls at each other and different things like that. But we got along much better. We didn't have that fighting thing like, if you compare with today. We used to have a lot of fun.
Well, the children of today is quite different than the children of
completely
yesterday.
different, yes.
The children of today, I believe, have a lot more energy. Our energy growing up as youngsters, it was a little bit more resourceful, because,
But you see what happened? Our fun was going to the beach, When you finish school, you go to the beach, you played a lot and everything like that. So there were no movies. In my days, there was a theater right here by opposite Methodist Church.
Okay.
I forgot the name of it now. That was owned by the Watties, I think, if I'm not mistaken. We
Yeah.
have movies there, but you see what happened? My opinion is the kids today have a lot of these different, these modern things, so, they keep themselves busy with those kind of things. But for us, it was like, hey, let's play baseball, let's go play football, let's go do something, go to the beach, things like that.
Around the school, this school was the main school here in the capital. As we say, well, it was the first school, it was actually the main school. So people from all across St. Martin came to Oranje School, from Coal Bay, from Middle Region, from Simpson Bay. Everybody came at this particular school.
To this school, yes.
Okay.
We remembered Mr. Van Buren James and Mr. Johan Larmany. Those were students that came all the way from their areas, Cahill and Coal Bay, to school here in Phillipsburg.
Wow, that dates way,
They
way,
were
way
some
back.
of the folks that got an award during our 140th anniversary.
Well, we would like to say continue educating the people here on the island of St. Martin. Oranje School, congratulations on your 160th anniversary celebration. It's a great school, an outstanding school here on the island of St. Martin, the school which have built St. Martin with great representation, people who we know that are pillars in our community. Any final words, about your 160th anniversary celebration?
Yes.
What will be going on and what will be happening?
Well, one of the big events we have coming up, or two events we have coming up, is the inauguration of our technology center.
Okay.
And another one is our award ceremony and ball. We want to take this opportunity to invite all those who have been students of the Oranje School to come out, meet your old schoolmates, and have a good time together. This is going to be held on the 10th of December, under the tent in Coeur de Plaisance. So listen out and you'll hear more about this event.
Thank you very much for joining us here on this St. Martin's Day as we celebrate St. Martin's Day November 11th with the 160th anniversary celebration of the Oranje School here in St. Martin. The guest this morning on the show is the principal of the Oranje School, Mrs. Kalinda Phillips, and of course the music teacher, Mr. Bobby Flan, who has been with the Oranje School for quite a number of years. What a difference the time makes. And of course that interview was done like 2 weeks prior to
Stop
the
trying
haircut.
to explain the hair, Elton. You are so vain with this gray hair.
So There it was, that interview, and we had there with the Orania School principal and music teacher celebrating the 160th anniversary celebrations today. We're back here with Gina and Kristen, and well, we're almost about getting time to wrap up.
Yes,
Here,
because
anything falling in the background, there's food has just arrived from Cabana Beach Bar, smelling nice and delicious. So, Gina, Kristen, first of all, I mean, this is your first time doing something like this, but I know you work with Teen Times. That's where some of the folks perhaps know you from. And we send an invitation to the school to say, hey, look, listen, we're looking for some new faces, new acts, young people to try and do the program. So here we are with Kristen. And how was it out there today? Okay.
And yeah, this is still going on till all the way 12 o'clock tonight. So if you're not down here yet, get down here because you need to come and see this show.
I didn't get to see everything that's going on out there, but is there a whole lot of people out there?
Good crowd.
Yeah? Okay. And how was the feeling from the crowd? Because you guys have been out there, you guys have been mingling with the crowd and etc.
People seem to be enjoying the festivities, and I think the crowd is nice because they really want to be here, you know, and they're positive about being part of the celebration.
So the celebration continuing here at Festival Village all the way up until 12 midnight tonight. We just had somebody just passing in, one of our floor guys in front of the camera. That's okay. It's live. Gives it that kind of live effect. But for you, Gina, the crowd excited? People really looking forward to it?
People are excited.
What are some of the things that we saw out there as we were, you know, you're mingling with?
Children, different ethnicities, different age groups, different sexes, a lot of men. Some men are huddled, having drinks, and
Food.
women are with the kids, and then you see man, woman, and small kids.
So we have family, we have a nice little family gathering, as a matter of fact, and if you're still at home and you're wondering, well, where to go and what to do, well, come up from underneath the air condition and come join us down here at Festival Village in this warm climate where you'll find traditional St. Martin Day drinks. I know they have the fruit punch, the rum punch, they have the guava berry punch, they have the mango punch, they have all kind of punches. I know that they have down here on sale, all kinds of traditional St. Martin Day punches, and definitely you have what we would call all kinds of different type of food that is available. Arts and crafts, I've understood that they also have on display over here also at the Festival Village. And boy, am I hungry. So we're just smelling some of the food that is coming from Cabana Beach Bar, and we like to also maybe ask them if they can join us here later and tell us exactly what we will have on display. But before that, I think we have a little opportunity for some words from our sponsors, and then we're going to go to take a word from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with some traditional and local food coming up next right here as our coverage continues from Festival Village here this afternoon.
You're watching St. Martin in Retrospect, coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Booney.
All right, some technical difficulties, and we live, and well, we're just like a recording all the way back over again, and wish you a happy St. Martin Day, Simpson Bay, Cold Bay, all over St. Martin. We're here with management and from the Cabana Beach Bar, one of the famous restaurants here on the island of St. Martin, to tell us more about what we will be sharing here in food. As far as that is concerned here this afternoon is Athena 8 of the a beach bar in Simpson Bay, located in the Royal Palm Beach Hotel. Athena, first of all, welcome to our broadcast here this afternoon. Again, let's go over it. A happy
Thank you very
Day
much.
to you. And well, tell us what we have for lunch here today.
Well, just like I did earlier, I must say, for everyone in the country, happy St. Martin's Day from the family. We are a family at Cabana Beach Bar and Restaurant. But let me run you through the delicious food that we have here set for you today. We have our house garden salad. Then we have our delicious barbecue ribs.
Finger-licking ribs.
Yes,
Wow.
finger-licking great.
Okay. And over here we will be indulging.
Thing that is.
That
Local delicacy.
That look like goat.
Oh, you got it on the spot.
Goat meat. You know, the mommy used to be like a chef and things like that. I don't know, those days gone by, and the chef comes when I see this thing like that, I know, well, that's my goat meat right there.
Yes, yes, yes.
So specialized in goat meat, Cabana Beach Bar providing us with some nice goat meat here for this afternoon. Over here we have
some rice and peas.
It's a whole lot of food.
Yes. You can't have a dish without rice and peas.
No, sir. And
No.
well, we have pigeon peas today.
Yes.
All right, because we have all kind of different kind of peas, and we on the island we love with pigeon peas.
Oh, yes, definitely. Then over here we have the sauteed potatoes. We have our mahi-mahi sauteed in some lemon butter sauce. Mahi-mahi.
Oh, you
know
guys
it's
have
delicious.
outdone yourself again here on St. Martin in retrospect.
And then right here we have our sweet and sour chicken. And then you can't do without the macaroni pie. You have to have the macaroni
And
pie.
I love it when it's so golden and crisp, you know, it looks nice and beautiful. Listen, I mean, I always want to do like them chefs that I see on television, like chopping, you know, I want to chop, but this, I can't do that with Cabana Beach Bar. Definitely you guys has passed the grade. Somebody standing in the back of me here because I know you guys have worked hard on this. This is not something you can do in just like, you know, 1, 2, 3, just like that. This is something you have to, you know, prepare and put some real love into it, and because it really looked like it's, you know, fit to serve a king or queen.
Yes, exactly. And especially here on the island, we have our very own Iron Chef. Cabana Beach Bar.
Chef. And
Yes.
her name is?
Naomi.
Naomi.
Remember
Hi, Naomi.
that name.
How you doing? How you doing? Happy St. Martin's Day to you. You know, we're glad, and we so appreciate that you went all the way out like this, you and the staff, the whole family down at Cabana Beach Bar to provide us with some nice, delicious food looking like this. I'm telling you, I just got hungry one time and things like that. How long it took you? Because we woke up 7 o'clock. You woke up 7 o'clock. We were here like 6 o'clock, as a matter of fact. We up 5 o'clock. So how long are you up from 5 o'clock as well?
No, by 6:30.
6:30?
Yeah.
We do appreciate all the hard work and everything like that you put into this for us. So later on we'll be indulging in this, folks. If you're sitting down watching at home all over the world, Athena, maybe you could tell us a little bit about Cabana Beach Bar.
Cabana is located at the Royal Palm Resort, right before Simpson Bay. So that's before the bridge. Like Elton said earlier, Coal Bay.
Anything before 4 belongs to Coal Bay.
Yes. Open 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
You know the folks them love the lobster special.
Oh, yes, that's on Wednesdays.
And you also have a steak special.
On Thursdays.
You have an all Caribbean night special, all you can eat.
On Sundays, we have our chicken and ribs barbecue. And don't forget the I Love Karaoke. That's on Tuesdays at the Upper View Lounge. Addition to the Cabana Beach Bar and Restaurant family.
All right, so thank you very much, Athena. I know the family and things like that watching at your home and things like that, because here Millicent, no, Barbara cooking for you again this year. I'll be watching. Hi, Millicent. Happy St. Martin's Day.
Hi, Tanti. How are you?
All right. So thank you very much for providing us with this fine meal. Thank you, Naomi. Come in front because you're the chef. We like to say these are the folks that make it happen also for St. Martin in retrospect, and all through the year. Whenever we have anything special that we have coming up, the Cabana Beach Bar jumps straight to our rescue. We appreciate that very much. Thank you very much. So folks, you know the place to go for the best food on the island, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Cabana Beach Bar. Right?
Yes,
you know, because
definitely.
we go there and we have our Johnny Cakes and we saltfish and we whole works, and we do enjoy Cabana Beach Bar. So thanks again for providing us here with this fine meal. I'm sure that you you'll be hearing a lot more about this. And all the best.
Yes,
all the best.
Thank you very much. Happy St. Martin's Day.
All right, we will continue with our live broadcast here, and we go to the studios first of all for some words from our sponsors. And we want to go to the stage. Oh, let's go to the stage for some nice, fine music as we wrap up our live broadcast here this afternoon from Festival Village. St. Martin's Day celebration live on St. Martin Cable TV.
Coming to you live from Festival Village with host Elton Richardson and Gina Bruni.
program. We'll go according to the program. Hi, Persia. How you doing? Say happy St. Martin's Day to everybody. It's Persia's birthday today also.
To me.
Hi, happy birthday, Persia. Happy birthday to you.
Show them how old you are.
To you.
Show
How old
them.
are you? I'm 2 years old. Two years old. All right. That's Persia.
See, we have our own St. Martin Retrospect / St. Martin baby.
Yeah. And of course, at this time, we just about running out of time. We like to thank everybody who, in one way or the other, contributed in making our live broadcast possible here this afternoon, this
Yes,
morning.
our
on
sponsors.
St. Martin
Without
Cable
them,
TV.
it wouldn't be possible.
Of course.
The Cultural Department of
St. Martin, Ministry of Culture. We have St. Martin Telephone Group of Companies, Fun Miles, Banco de Caribe. We also had Kentucky Fried Chicken, Soul Group, FW Floyd and Sons, Gulf Insurance, Turret Accounting, Motor World, BBW, Chamber of Commerce, Cabana Beach Bar, Builders Paradise, Fathom Insurances, Bank of Nova Scotia, Travel Planners, Nature's Discount, Eddie's Auto Supply, B&C Beverages over there on the Bush Road, Windward Islands Bank, First Caribbean International Bank, and the, did we mention who else? The Bank of Nova Scotia, Windward Islands Airways, who provided us with some of the tickets. And I know you've been sending us your emails about the winners. We will go through our emails to see who the lucky winners are. We have a number of tickets that on Monday, Tuesday rather, we will give to you, and we will announce actually who the winners were from our quiz. Also, we had other sponsors, Quick Bargains, who provided us with
Lydia
chairs,
Flower Shop,
and Lydia's Flower Shop,
Tracks, who
Also,
provided us with this beautiful sign.
Mix Italiano over there in Cold Bay in Orange Grove provided us with the 9.5 cold wine.
We also
National Liquors and Tobacco for the Ponche Cuba.
We also are very, very grateful to Info Video Productions, Guy Simmons, aka Ray. Thank you very much, Ray. Without you, we can't put this on. We'd also like to thank Mr. Hart, Mr. Wilson, aka Beeks, Mr. Flanders, Humbert Jr., Ruby. Here's to you, Ruby, from the French and the Dutch. Thank you. Mrs. Richardson, our producer, we'd like to thank her so much for putting up with Mr. Richardson. The folks at Cabana Beach Bar, thank you so much. Who else? Who are we missing? Persia, thank you for coming to celebrate with us. All the people of St. Martin, the visitors, thank you so much for making St. Martin's Day a success.
And we have to also mention the management and staff of St. Martin Cable TV, who without them we would not be on the air. We also thank you, Desmond, Davey, Mrs. Bueller, and Larry, and all the crew over there at St. Martin Cable TV, who in one way or the other have done the tremendous work in keeping us on the air live. And looking forward again to everyone's support next year, God's live.
Say Happy St. Martin's Day,
From all of us,
Khalil.
to all
Happy
of
St.
you.
Martin's Day, Shanti.
Happy St. Martin's Day.
Happy St. Martin's Day, Shawnee, Caleb, Noah. Say hello. Happy St. Martin's Day. Bye-bye.
Until bye.
Qué bueno es bailar y el papi chelento. Qué bueno es bailar, que lo bailan las niñas en la capital. Que lo bailan las niñas en la capital. Y el papi chelento, que no lo bailo yo. Y el papi chelento, que no lo bailo yo. Yo lo bailo mi abuela y se la arrancó. Cuando yo lo bailo, bien acotejado. Cuando yo lo bailo, bien acotejado. Prefiero que sea bien apampillado. Prefiero que sea bien apampillado. ¡Calibón! Ahí no.